and then it'll say, it's different things with them. But in phase 4, the bear will be able to help them navigate through their emotions. And then, there'll be an app where, parents can regulate, my child is feeling, this today. And also what's important is children shut down, during their treatments and stuff like that. And they don't want to talk to adults, especially. So this is something that they can relate to, and be able to, correspond with. And, I think this would be so helpful to children. Not only in cancer, but like I said, autism, and any child, actually.
For your consideration, Romy's question about distinguishing qualities feels like potentially as a nonprofit, you would distinguish yourself in the marketplace that provides a double bottom line impact for partners, not only by contributing to you or investing in you, then they get the write-off as well versus just contracting with another for-profit. Just something to think about.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Great presentation, and what a wonderful mission you have for this.
Thank you.
I think that, yes, I think there's probably a lot of money out there that could support you through being a nonprofit and partnerships with different cancer hospitals for children.
Mm-hmm.
I would encourage you to go that route as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
So where are you on your trial with WVU? Have you determined when that's going to take place?
Whenever the bears, get, completed, and because we are just, getting ready, we're designing the bear right now, and then also, once the funding and stuff like that is, given, then we can go ahead and with the software development and everything else, and then get everything started.
So I just have to ask you, have you heard of a toy called Grok by Curio?
Yes.
I bought one, so I just...
Oh, did you? Okay. Well, this is going to be more on the emotional side for children, to help them regulate through their emotions.
It was the AI aspect that interested me.
Yes, absolutely. Any other questions?
No child should fight alone is a winner.
Thank you. I agree with that. So I have was in the hospital many times with, seeing different children and stuff, and I've witnessed that, I think this is well. Thank you.
Alrighty, up next we have Curated Wonder LLC, and on deck we have Fun Fitness Kids Club LLC. Which one I use? Does it matter which I use? Do I just start or? Oh. Okay. Hi, I'm Taryn. I'm the founder and chief experience curator at Curated Wonder. Our curated experience gifting provides the tools to attract and welcome people to explore a destination, whether it be for tourism, special events, or relocation of talent. Elevate that experience without any of the work. A little bit of background about me. I spent 18 years at Under Armour leading go-to-market, strategy operations, as well as our global expansion team opening new markets around the world, until the end of 22 when I dove into what started here as a passion project. So the inspiration behind Curated Wonder arose during a COVID-induced change of plans, leading to a West Virginia staycation. Now, I'm not from here, so I kind of wondered, is there enough to do for 10 days? But I dove into research, and man, there is so much to do and explore in this wonderful mountain state. So our Family's Country Roads tour caught the attention of others, and they wanted to play along too. My Explore West Virginia kits were born. See, the problem is people are busy. They don't have time to do all the research and all the details, but they absolutely want these type of experiences. The unique idea here is every activity is something that you do, experience, learn, something to create a memory that will have a shared memory so that you can last longer than any one thing that you might purchase. I either create the activities myself or I work with other small businesses and local West Virginia artists to bring those ideas to life. Then I went to go do my first market, and I realized I couldn't just sit at a booth with a whole stack of boxes. So I needed a variety of price points, and I created mini kits. I've gifted each of the examples of each of those to you. Take a look at in Q&A, though. So my first full year of business, $49,000 in sales. This was last year. 6% was online on my website, 12% in pop-up markets. 19% in wholesale, now that's just a back half the year number, and 63% in custom curation. My margins are pretty good, 50 points on the box kits and 65 points on the mini kits. Wholesale, a little bit lower, which would be expected at averaging 44 points. So as I learned this new curation as a service revenue stream that you just saw, I began to explore more. I wanted to talk to those customer segments and learn what the problem was that they were having and how I was solving it differently. I was speaking to recruiters, those in talent acquisition, and what they're really looking for is something unique as a competitive advantage to bring people in their relocation process, as well as something to connect and welcome people when they were moving to that destination. Now, those I spoke to in the special events side, they're really looking something to elevate that experience and do something different for their VIPs, people that are coming in out of town, so that they can leave with a memorable experience. My current clients have ranged in healthcare, as well as universities, athletics, nonprofits, and even children's organizations. So as I was doing all of this customer discovery, I learned in order to scale beyond West Virginia, I wanted to shift from a B2C product collection to a B2B service model. So as I mentioned, at the end of 22, I was really ideating these different types of experiences. 23 was done in customer discovery, and this year is all about transforming that model to a B2B business. By transforming to a B2B business, then I believe that I can scale it and replicate this for other destinations and other industries in order to grow in 25 and beyond. So as I mentioned, the year is about transformation, but I still plan to grow a bit. I'll change the mix a little bit with really focusing on that curation service, maintaining the clients I already have with repeat orders, as well as new clients, a whole year of wholesale, and then the B2C side, I want to shift to online sales and really drive the sales there versus all the pop-up markets. From a margin standpoint, I'm planning to really maintain this year while I transform, but I do see a 1 to 3 point upside with volume increases and other operational efficiencies. So in order to fuel this expansion and growth, I'm here today asking for $40,000. 23 on the B2B business development strategy, marketing, content creation to reach this customer. 15,000 for part-time labor and assembly, packing the orders, and 2,500 in order to protect and trademark Curated Wonder. Thank you for your consideration. Any questions?
Great job.
Thank you.
Very exciting and a great way to promote our wonderful state. I wonder about what you ended on, that trademarking your process. Can you go into that a little more about how you would do that?
Yeah, so the trademarking, I was really going to trademark Curated Wonder as the name, not necessarily the process of it. Okay. And I don't even know if I would trademark the logo specifically, because I may want to change it and rebrand that at some point. I even purposely designed the logo with my name at the bottom initially, because my name was unique, but then I wanted to do it that I could remove the name later and can scale beyond and seem larger.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I echo great job as
Thank you.
well. I'm interested to learn more about your customer acquisition, particularly content marketing, and if you're asking for enough, because it feels like that there's a whole experience online that has to happen to project the value of what Curated Wonder ultimately delivers.
Yeah, so I think that, I mean, obviously a lot of things are transitioning online, and I'm trying to figure out the right balance of that. It was funny, I actually thought about doing more of an app version, but I don't know how to do app development, and I decided I needed to go where my skills were. But I really found that people were enjoying something to open or something to really go out and do. So I think there could be an extension at some point where there's an app that is associated to it or something to extend their experience when they're there. And right now it could even connect to other, websites and things that are out there with that.
Let me offer this. You are the best spokesperson. I saw your video online during our process, and it seems that you have the kind of gravitas and enthusiasm that could project well beyond in West Virginia and beyond.
I mean, I've thought about being a TikToker and all, but I don't even have that yet, hence why I need the help. Yeah, thank you.
Taryn, this is Ronnie. Great job. If you don't mind, I'm going to ask some questions that are related to your finance numbers.
Do you want me to go back a slide? Or?
No,
Okay.
it's okay. Do you know what's the average order value? So if somebody places an order, what they are ordering,
So,
dollar-wise, I'm not.
which part of the like so B2B side or online? So online orders are much smaller. Online orders are like $50 as the average because they're usually just buying a handful of the mini kits. But when I'm doing the B2B type of orders, it can range anywhere from 10 to 25,000, 20,000 I should say, that they're buying bigger bulk orders where 400 kits at a time in the box kits.
Okay.
So that's hence why I'm moving towards the B2B side versus the average order. If I'm in a pop-up market, same type of thing as online. I might get a little bit higher in the pop-up market because I'm there talking about it, and like Jonathan just said, I'm there speaking to it. So then it ends up being probably about $75 average when I'm in a pop-up market.
Second iteration of the question is, at $49,000 in revenue, are you profitable?
So this year was break even,
Okay.
really just from all the startup expenses and honestly some learnings,
So-
as far as buying a bunch of inventory and realizing I didn't need all that inventory. But I've tried to keep it really safe as far in the current figuring it out, keep it safe as far as I was really only spending what I was making in order to invest going forward.
Last question I have for you. So now you have a crossroad, right? You get funding, hopefully, that helps you with your finances. And if you don't, let's assume hypothetically, how much leeway do you have in front of you in terms of sales before you become profitable? How much?
So, I mean, I still
ramp
plan to
up?
grow to 75,000 this year in sales with the orders and the custom curation as far as clients that I have right now. So I have a handful of markets that are coming and then that I will still do, and then the custom curation of orders that I know they'll have repeats. So that would still be coming this year regardless, but the idea is that if I can then get more out there and market, because I'm only one person, so if I can add help on for that, then I can get new clients that can build the revenue for the next year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Do your on your website, I'm just curious if my wife and I wanted to spend $1,000 on a trip in the Highlands in West Virginia, do I choose some different things in your website, or do you prepare that for us?
So I've done both, but it's definitely more profitable if you choose from what's on my website. But I have different, for instance, scavenger hunts for different regional areas, or pepperoni roll challenge, hot dog challenge to go to different places from Huntington to Charleston and taste test different hot dogs. So there are different ones specific for regions. There's boxes for Charleston area, or a box to explore the entire state. So there's ones that are sort of out of the box. But then I have done some custom curation where people have reached out and then I charge them a curation fee and then create a box that maybe fits their needs and their audience, or if they wanted multiple for their whole family, things like that.
Back to you
Okay.
and the product.
Yeah.
It feels like that in order to be successful, you have to infuse enthusiasm and passion into the marketing. feels like you're the best person to do that.
Yes.
And I'll encourage you to think more about what you actually need to build out that capacity to project to the world that passion that you project to
Okay.
us.
Thank you.
Hey, Taryn, last question.
Yeah.
How, of the $49,000 that you sold, how many of them came from repeat customers?
Let's see, the university.
Just
so
percentages.
B2C
just,
side, none.
Just throw a percentage, 5%, 10%, 20%? More,
10%.
50, 10?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
And remember that back half of the year, the custom curation and all of that really started in April and May. So that actually just came out of people talking to me at a market saying, oh, I have another use case for this other than, could I use this for an event that I have, or could I use this? And I was like, sure, let's talk. So those kind of, that idea didn't even come out until later in the year.
Does that open the door for you for like seasonality in terms of your business and how it align with people's activities?
So I believe it does. So I actually thought I would get seasonality with holiday and didn't necessarily. I got a little bit, obviously, with people just gifting on the B2C. But I am realizing from the hospital side, because I mentioned the healthcare, certainly there's cycles that I can predict. Thank you.
All right, up next we have Fun Fitness Kids Club, LLC, and on deck we have Mal's Fresh Produce.
Thank you.
Well, I don't know where the slides are. How do you go to the next one? Okay, so by a quick show of hands, who here loves West Virginia? Oh, that is awesome. That is great. Well, we love West Virginia too, and we are proud West Virginians. But one thing we are not proud of is that West Virginia is the most obese state in the United States. 1 in 3 children in our state are either overweight or obese, and West Virginia leads the nation in obesity for youth ages 10 to 17. I am Tracy Phillips, that's Justin Phillips, and we are with Fun Fitness Kids Club. We are West Virginia's first mobile soft play business. We bring the fun for babies, toddlers, kids, teens, and in-betweens, all with a mission to help curb the obesity rate here in West Virginia. So we do this in 3 ways. 1, with our mobile soft play rental company that we bring the fun for toddlers and kids. 2, with our obstacle course challenge that we bring into schools, after school programs, daycares, camps, and etc., where we run it with the kids and we also give them back money and prizes for having fun with fitness. And number 3, we are West Virginia's only Fun Fitness bus. We have a 77-passenger school bus that we have converted into a playground on wheels, and we roll that thing right into communities all across the state, bringing fun with fitness. So, as a result of this competition, we have determined that we have 3 buckets of fun. 1 for parents. We bring the ease and convenience of bringing fun with fitness to their birthday parties for their babies. 2, for teachers, we bring our obstacle course into the schools, and we have a certain curriculum where we work with the kids and they bring fun with fitness. And number 3, with event coordinators. There's lots of events happening in our great state, and we work with these event coordinators. We promote their events on our social media, and we're there to monitor. We are babysitters for your events in the community. So here's some of our customer testimonials. A teacher says, thanks to Fun Fitness Kids Club for always making our Health and Fitness Day fun. An event coordinator, they had a blast with us at Kermit Park, and we brought the fun fitness and we made the magic come alive. And then a parent, thank you for making my daughter's first birthday party one to remember. Your communication, the setup process was easy. We come, we deliver, we set up, clean up, and break it up. So we do it all for the parents. And we cannot forget the kids. Young Luke here in Ravenswood, he had so much fun playing on the Fun Fitness bus that he was running, jumping, and sweating, and he was really having fun with fitness. Then we have Jessica, she's 12, from Charleston, who had a good time with our obstacle course, and she never even participated in any sports, but she won our obstacle course, and she won a gift card, and it gave her confidence. And then Cam Taylor from Logan, he did our obstacle course challenge, and it gave him more confidence to try out for his school basketball team. So our impact on youth, since inception, we have done over 78 community events. We've done over 96 private parties. We do baby Zumba, 0 to 4, Mommy and Me, Zumbini. And we've done over 32 events with that. And our obstacle course challenge, we've done over 44 of those. So it's estimated that we've reached over 50,000 youth since our inception. Now we have room for growth, and this is where we have it. Primarily during our weekday events. We want to get into the schools. We want to get into the after-school programs even more, specifically with our obstacle course challenge and our soft play toddler zone. We have room for growth with our marketing, with our website. Right now, we talk with people. We have a lot of great one-on-one communication, but we want to be able to streamline that and make our process more efficient and effective. And we also want to grow and have satellite offices in other parts of the state. We have jobs, we have events, we have internships that we can do with our social medias, and we can expand. So we're really ready to ignite West Virginia. So today, we have been profitable since we first started, but we are a startup looking to maintain our position in the market, and these funds will help us grow with our website, with our staffing, soft play equipment, obstacle course equipment, insurance, and marketing. $44,600 is what we are asking for today. And hey, if you don't give it to us, guess what? We're still going to do what we do. We're going to bring the fun through our community partners. All these people have helped us be in the community, working our mission to help curb the obesity rate in the state. So here we are, Fun Fitness Kids Club. Follow us, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Threads, all that good stuff, because we can bring the fun to you.
I love your enthusiasm.
Thank
Great,
you.
great job.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you're successful. Can you talk to me about as you grow and how you scale in terms of your margins that you're making? I'm having a hard time understanding how this type of business could scale and be more profitable as it grows.
Well, specifically with satellite markets in satellite areas throughout the state, we have people in Martinsburg and in Morgantown and in southern West Virginia that work with us. This one lady in Martinsburg wants to have a bus in Martinsburg, and so we're trying to figure out how we can even do that. So it's about expanding our reach, keep doing what we're doing, but be able to bring it into other parts of the state and have people that are our partners that are in that location to continue to work with us in Charleston. And we all have the same mission, to help curb the obesity rate in West Virginia.
Great presentation, great idea, great mission.
Thank you.
Having some challenge, connecting the mission of reducing obesity to episodic efforts. And to respond to Nancy's question, scale may not be in episodic kinds of rentals, but in permanent programming.
Okay.
And could you talk about both of those?
Oh, absolutely. As far as permanent programming, specifically with the schools, the after-school programs, the daycares, the camps, any individual, any company, any organization that has children, we have a curriculum. We have an obstacle course challenge. We have what is proven and tried and true to burn calories and make kids more physically active and have fun doing it. And that's the key to do it. You know, we want to continue to decrease the obesity rate all through fun. We want to do things where they don't even know that they're working out. That's just like I said, little Luke, 7 years old, he was in the Fun Fitness bus for an hour and a half, sweating. His mother had to pull him out because he's just playing. So it's those types of things where you got to be innovative, you got to be creative, and you got to think outside the box on ways to get your mission into the hands of the kids.
Curious to know who you think your competition is.
our competition so far has been all the little startups that pop up and they see what we do and they try to do what we do, but they can't do what what we do because they're not us. We bring customer service, we bring the energy, we bring our commitment to our mission. We bring us to the table. So even though there's another, this is why I said we are the first mobile soft play business, because there's one that just popped up in Beckley. They're not us. They don't do what we do. They don't have Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, Threads, all that good stuff that we have. And so we stand out because we are who we are and we love what we do.
So you flashed up some numbers up there for us. Can you provide those to us? Or we can, maybe somebody take a picture of them or something, so we'll have those.
Let's see here. There we go.
I see someone's doing that for us. Just one comment. You could potentially be a Vacation Bible School director's dream. Just think about that, okay?
Thank you. Yes. If any vacation Bible schools here, please give us a call.
Again, the ask, 10,000 for 2 part-time people. Are you asking for enough to scale your business? And it seems that equipment and people will be your big costs here. And is this enough?
Well, honestly, no, it's not enough, because we have a $50,000 school bus that was just for starters. But what this is, it could get us to the next level. Because of our experience in this I-Corps, we were able to break down who our customer segment is: parents, teachers, and educators. And this will help us with the parents, the teachers, and the educators, and the event coordinators specifically. We want to be very specific. We need new obstacle course equipment. We need updated obstacle course equipment. We need updated soft play equipment. This is equipment that ages 0 to 4 play on. So they'll come in there with their little juice boxes and candy and equipment. So we got to stay clean. We got to stay sanitized. We got to stay fresh. So no, we're not asking for enough, but we are asking for enough to help get us to the next level and ignite West Virginia.
Of all the costs that you're carrying, how much is fixed cost compared to your variable cost? Give me a percentage.
Maybe 25, 30%.
25 is fixed?
That means it's standard, like our insurance, our storage, all that good stuff.
Anything?
Well, maybe 40%. We've got, like I said, we got the bus, we've got things that we just have to pay for, especially insurance, premium, inspections, taxes, all these things that just come with being a small business. And then, like I said, things like our ball pit, where we have 7,000 balls in a ball pit, where we're always constantly ordering new equipment. So our budget continues to expand and grow and to evolve.
I have a question for you. Exciting presentation. Thank you for your energy.
Thank you.
Thinking about your business model, looking at your collaboration partners, it seems to me they'll be important to you in the success of your enterprise as the state focuses on obesity. What does your model contemplate in terms of how much revenue would come from your collaboration partners, some of those you put up on the screen, and how much would come from your commercial market? Do you have a plan on that?
Well, I don't have a plan, but what we were able to determine as a result of this I-Corps is that we always thought that our main customer base was the parent. But now we understand that it is the event coordinator. I mean, we were doing events like Regatta, Multifest, Holly Jolly Brawley, all these events that are in the community. So these community partners, they continue to grow. As we meet one partner, we meet another. So our business is ever evolving, it's expanding, and we are continuing to meet people on a daily basis. And all we want to do is bring the fun and fitness for kids. And that's the bottom line.
Thank you.
I think this is another example of where considering a 501c3 might be helpful, because if you really embrace that mission about decreasing obesity in the state, I think there could be a lot of funding and grant money out there for you and other partnerships that could help you.
Thank you. And just
But you could also,
to throw
take a
that in
salary
there.
out of it. But you,
Well,
but
we
I
have a
think you could-
nonprofit. We do, and it's
Oh, you
called
do?
the Fun Fitness Foundation. We removed the word kids from it because West Virginia has the highest adult obesity rate. So the foundation wants to be able to provide fun with fitness for kids and adults too. And the foundation has been very important with helping us get some staffing and funding in the past. But we are an LLC. We are here to make money. We are here to help decrease the obesity rate, and we just work in conjunction with our 501c3.
Give me an elevator. I'm a program coordinator, Sunday school coordinator. Why are you best for me?
Fun Fitness Kids Club will bring the fun to your event. We'll come to your school, we'll come to your after-school program, we'll come to your church, we'll come to your daycare, and we got equipment to focus on ages 0 all the way to 100. So if you have an event, help us help you to bring some fun and fitness to your event.
All right, up next we have Mal's Fresh Produce, and on deck we have Paw Thaws.
Hello, my name is Mallory Moholt, but everyone likes to call me Mal. I'm 24 years old, and thank you for this opportunity to share with you the story of Mal's Fresh Produce. Finding fresh, local, healthy food in Morgantown obviously hasn't always been easy. This was especially true during the pandemic, at a time when we needed it the most. Our options were limited. My family was in the produce business, so I knew about the basics of the industry. Using my family's farmer connection in Maryland, I opened my first roadside produce stand, and it was opened every day. The demand was overwhelming, it was extremely positive, and it was very busy. And so busy, I keep running out of change in bags regularly. The 5-hour road trip to source the produce in Maryland obviously wasn't sustainable, so I quickly made connections with my farmers right here in West Virginia. Our community was looking for a place that they could shop fresh, consistent daily products, and a place that they could trust. The vision of opening a local market with even more staple items began to take place immediately within the first 2 weeks of opening my stand. Just a year later, we took our profits, and I opened my first brick and mortar store to provide Morgantown with the very best in fresh produce and many other locally produced items, including fresh meat now, wild-caught seafood, sourdough bread, many other canned items, and more. The support from our community grew, even with a dirt floor our first year. And that's when I knew, well, this is just the beginning of Mal's Fresh Produce. Our impact was greater than I initially realized. I learned more about the food insecurity in West Virginia and the connection between poverty and the lack of access to healthy, affordable food and health. And in fact, West Virginia leads the nation in diet-related diseases. Our local farmers market is open only once a week, and it's on Saturday mornings. And sometimes this is a barrier, being only open one day a week for those that want to get there but can't get there during those hours. That's when Mal's come in. These factors lead to many prepackaged goods and processed foods, because that is what is accessible and that is what is convenient to these people at the time. Obviously, that's lacking the nutrition that fresh food carries, which we all need to survive and feel good daily. At Mal's, we are relentless in our mission to making fresh, local, healthy food accessible daily. And through our unwavering commitment to supporting our local farmers and producers, we promote better health outcomes for all, and we are trying to combat food insecurity. What makes us different? We meet our customers where they are. We are open every day, making fresh food accessible daily. We are open in multiple locations, making it convenient for public transportation and everyone else coming home from work. All locations welcome EBT WIC and this year's SNAP. We extend our wholesale pricing as the most affordable option, and our grab and go will make it even easier to make healthy choices. We are not just a little roadside produce stand, as you all know. We operate 4 and this year 5 busy locations, serving thousands of people weekly. And people rely on us and me to show up daily to eat fresh food. We have grown tremendously from year 1 to year 4 with a growth of 818% in sales. And I have employed over 20 local individuals and this year many students. We have over 3,500 people signed up under our loyalty program, and the majority of our customers, they return to shop with us weekly. This year will be our biggest year yet. We'll be opening another roadside location, expanding our storefront, wholesaling to restaurants and families, offering convenient grab-and-go options with our imperfect produce, providing professional sales and service training to our staff. We're expanding our reach to our users that use EBT WIC and SNAP, and we're doing some produce subscription boxes to some neighborhoods as a trial run this year. Our company has barely been able to keep up with the demand using the operation equipment that we have had access to. We are feeding more people than my little van and my little cooler can hold, and that's why I need your help. Just in order to meet the current demand, we need $42,000 for a walk-in cooler for proper refrigeration space and a box truck to get to all 5 locations daily and an enclosed trailer to be able to go and get that produce from the farm and bring it back to town. To expand even more of the reach of our community, we need funds to purchase our tents and displays for our Star City location. We need refrigerations. Thank you guys so much for your consideration. We are more than just a produce stand. We are a movement, and I would love to answer any questions that you all have for me.
I'll go first.
Hi.
Great job.
Thank
great
you.
presentation. Great idea. Great mission.
Thank
great
you.
stuff. Feels like a hub, spokes, node kind of approach. Expansion.
Yes.
At this point, make the case that expansion is better than what I see as strengthening the hub is the priority
Absolutely.
here. Talk about that.
So, I mean, our hub is on Old Cheat Road, right? So that is where our cooler is. It's where we bring all the produce back every day. And so that's where our shed is. That's what I plan to insulate. Is that kind of the question that you were asking me?
It really is, because you talked about expansion, and sometimes we get out ahead and the hub is weak.
Okay, so for this year, expanding my storefront looks like adding a lean-on building or a lean-on to my building, which creates 30 feet additional space in order to be able to so I have when you walk in, it's like a little carport building, and it's a 25 by 30. I put a lean-on in the front of it it created like another 20 feet out, and then now we're going to be expanding on the other side, because last year we didn't even have enough space to put all the produce out. So this year we're going to even have more space there. But the main thing here is we need to be able to operate, and we need to be able to cool this produce, and we need to be able to get it to our locations every day. And that's the main things that we do to operate efficiently every day. Yes.
Great job, Mel.
Thanks.
Question that I have for you is, of all the items that you carry, what's the percentage of those items that become perishable that you can't sell, and what do you do with them?
So this year, we're going to be using that imperfect produce. I've set up with the health department, and I have some chefs. We're going to be taking that produce daily, and then we're going to be selling it with what we cook it with. So that way, because we've had to throw away quite a bit of produce that we can't sell that might have a bruise on it, or, this and that. Usually I've donated it to other farmers for their animals. but that's not very a profitable way. So
What's the percentage of the groceries that you carry? That, of course, this will impact.
I would
will
say,
impact
like-
your bottom line, obviously.
I would say like 10% maybe can go. Like, you know, it's got to be perfect looking or else they ain't grabbing it.
And is that cost built into your revenue stream? Are you
It is.
getting that
It's
somewhere
all
else?
built
like-
in. It's
like-
expected in the industry as well. To, you know, we're going to have some loss.
So they're reflected in your margins, your existing margins already?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I have a question for you, Mal, if I can.
Yep.
I didn't want to jump ahead, I'm sorry. So, congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for your energy and your entrepreneurship. I'd encourage you to continue to innovate. You're trying the boxes and some other things, and you're looking for ways to expand. And so I encourage you to do that, to see what works and what doesn't work.
Thank you.
My question to you is, understanding your business a little bit better, where does your food come from? What's your relationship to the farmers markets? And are most of your customers individual families and consumers picking up some fresh food, or do you have other means of distribution?
So we serve everybody. Everybody wants to buy from Mal's. So, I mean, I'm trying. So there's restaurants that want to buy from us. I've tried getting into like the hospitals, but it's a little iffy. The stands are majority of where we do our business at. That is really what carries our business, is just how busy those stands are with people going through town. What was that one other question you
I was just
asked?
curious where your food comes from,
So the
and are the farmers markets competitors
So-
or friends?
So the farmers markets, we're all very friendly. They know, you know, people, if they can't get to the farmers market, they know to go to Mal's. These farmers out at the farmers market, if they have excess produce, they know to call me. I'll buy it. And where the produce is coming from. So when we first start out, I just opened. We had over 1,200 people show up at my grand opening day. It was nuts. And I'm sourcing right now, obviously, to get started I'm sourcing from North Carolina, South Carolina, and Florida. And as soon as that produce becomes abundantly available local, I purchase it. I let everyone know, and I'm very transparent about where it's coming from when we first start out. A lot of my farmers, they're in Romney. I have a very good relationship with, you know, Eli Cook, and they're the big Romney farmers, and I work with the Amish as well, and any farmer who has green beans, tomatoes, they all just come to me, even if it's just a home farmer. As long as the produce looks good and it tastes good, I'll get it. And I mean, depending on you know, how it's grown, we do offer organic, and then we also have stuff that isn't organic as well. Yep.
So Mal, what's your operating season?
So we operate from April until about November, and if you're watching this live, if you want to grow some food, I'm looking for some farmers that can be able to provide to us so we can be open year-round. It's just we need to be able to source that produce during the winter to be able to stay opened.
And could you quickly describe your loyalty program to me?
Absolutely. So the loyalty program, you come in and you're checking out, and then you say, my employee will say, "Are you a part of our loyalty program?" Nope. Okay, put in your phone number. So now as soon as you start shopping with us, say you spend $40, you get $5 off. So you just start getting points, and it really develops that relationship between me and my neighbors, you know, to be able to keep getting discounts, you know, knowing that they're shopping with us.
So I see you're doing some value-added products. Are
Yes.
you working in your produce to cut down on your loss to go into these products that you can process? And do you have a kitchen where you do that, or is there a community kitchen?
I have a family that processes our goods down in Virginia. That is a private label. I do not use my produce to inside those jar items. They do have farms on the site where they are sourcing local to package it. So that's why I have to come up with this other way to be able to process the imperfect produce. Yes.
Tell us about the product.
So the product, you want to hold in, let me grab that salsa. Yeah, you got to wrap it up. Okay. Okay, we got to go. Okay, so tomatoes, onions, vinegar, bell peppers, sugar, jalapeno peppers, cilantro, garlic, and citric acid. That's a clean product, and that's what I want to sell. So I love this. I love them, and I hope you guys can all make it over to Mal's. We're open every day 9 to 7.
All right. Up next, we have Paw Thaws, and on deck, we have Pine Room Studios, LLC.
Hi, my name is Jordan Gehring, and I am here today with Paw Thaws, and this is my sister Dallas. Paw Thaws is a premium frozen pet treats made from locally sourced and natural ingredients promoting good health for digestion and to help combat seasonal allergies. Paw Thaws actually started when my sister Dallas got her golden doodle. At around 6 months old, Luca started chewing on her paws, so she decided to take her to the vet, and the vet told her that it was likely caused by seasonal allergies. The treatment options for her were either a monthly injection, a daily oral pill, or a topical ointment. She decided that the most feasible option was to do the pill. However, it was costing about $100 a month. So she decided to start researching to see if there was a better and more affordable way to treat these allergies. According to the American Pet Products Association, approximately 30 to 40% of dogs and 10 to 20% of cats will suffer from seasonal allergies. Out of all of the health issues that pets have, 60% of those issues end up being caused by digestive problems. Paw Thaws uses safe, organic, and locally sourced fresh produce that contains antioxidants and healthy fibers with no added fillers to create a healthier and more affordable option. Paw Thaws uses pet-friendly, organic, locally fresh ingredients. We also use the bee pollen, and our research has shown that the bee pollen helps build a tolerance to the seasonal allergies. According to American Pet Products, the pet industry is growing rapidly. In 2023 alone, there was approximately $144 being spent on pets, with $63 billion being from the pet foods and $69 billion being from the vet visits and medications. As the pet industry continues to grow, Paw Thaws is positioned to capitalize on this high demand. Limited competition in the frozen pet treat market gives Paw Thaws an edge. Unlike Frosty Paws, Dogsters, and Boss Dogs, we source locally and offer a unique solution against fighting seasonal local allergies. We conducted several customer interviews, and what we found was that most of the customers had very strong attachments to their pets. The ones without kids decided that they noticed more issues with their pets. 80% of them decided they were going to buy based on what the vet suggested. 75% prioritized the actual nutrition and quality and read the ingredient labels. One of the biggest pains that the customer had was when they were looking at the ingredients, they couldn't hardly find anything that was natural and didn't have all those additives in it. Our plan for taking this to market is to work with local produce shops such as Mouse, local pet stores, dog groomers, and veterinarians that we could sell at a wholesale price. We also plan to attend local pet-friendly events such as doggy pool parties and such, and work with farmers markets to sell there as like a vendor. With our social media being very prevalent in today's society, we plan using several social media platforms to grow our business. Paw Thaws is currently being made in her apartment. Due to space and storage restrictions, we are only able to make about 50 at a time. This also limits how much raw materials we can purchase to make the product because we don't have the storage space for the bulk materials, which would significantly cut on costs. This is especially difficult in the warmer months because we don't have enough freezers to be able to transport our product. With our limitations, our current profit margin is only at like 44%. Today we are asking for $40,000. $40,000 would help us with 12 months rent for a commercial kitchen, several freezers and refrigerators, industrial blenders, prep tables, portable freezers, and it would also help us cover our product costs. As of right now, our space and storage is the biggest setback in cost, followed by our manufacturing costs due to not being able to buy in bulk. By gaining the ability to produce and store more product, we would be able to increase our profit margin to 70%. The ability to have the product would help us be able to meet the growing demand in this market, and it would also help us be able to safely transport our product to our point of sales. Thank you, Ignite West Virginia, for this opportunity to pitch Paul Thalls. At Paul Thalls, all Pauls are welcome, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
So, great job. Thank you for being here. When I went through your deck and your documents that you provided, I struggled with one thing, which is how can your business scale efficiently? And I want to put the emphasis on efficiently. That means if you're sourcing locally and you want to grow, that means the number of your providers is going to grow exponentially. In every market, you're going to have providers in that market. So how are you going to manage your growth with that complexity that you're sourcing from every market you're gonna enter? So I struggle with that unless I get something wrong.
No, you're not wrong on that. So right now we're trying to stay local to Morgantown area. We can go out to about Wheeling area, Washington, PA, and down into like Fairmont, Clarksburg. Eventually what we're going to do is we're starting off with premium frozen pet treats, and then we'll eventually move into like a Chipotle style frozen raw food. So moving into like a more of a brick and mortar.
We would also get with whatever area, because the bee pollen is what makes it so, that helps build the tolerance to allergies. So the only thing that we would really have to source from whatever area we're selling in is that local bee pollen, because that's what helps build their tolerance to the different allergies. So it'd just be a matter of shopping in the area we're looking for.
Great job. Couple of questions. One, licensing hurdles, regulatory hurdles. Talk more about that. Secondly, how do you know the pets like this? And third, is the blend proprietary? In other words, only you know the secrets, and how does that connect to the pets liking it and regulatory hurdles as well? Talk about that.
We have started through the regulatory process, right? Our next step that we have to go through is the guaranteed analysis, and then we can go through and get through the Department of Agriculture and actually get everything certified. But we can't do anything really until we have that guaranteed analysis at this point.
We're also in the pilot testing phase right now. So for each guaranteed analysis that we run, that comes from each product. Each flavor has to be ran, whether we're doing a 4-ounce cup, a 5-ounce cup for a bigger pet. Each one of those has to be ran. So we're in that pilot testing phase on nailing down those proprietary blends. I wouldn't say that they're necessarily proprietary. There's really nothing special other than the fact that we're not a big, huge manufacturing. We're using local bee pollen, local produce, like a human would.
Don't ever say there's nothing special about your business. It is special.
Just curious, if this thaws before I get home, can I refreeze it for my dog?
You could lick it. It's human grade.
I think I'll avoid that. So if you decide that if you get what you're asking for and the equipment to do this with, Can you source it now, or do you have to go outside your area to do it?
We can source some of it with like the blueberry farms, the strawberry farms. We're trying to pick more produce that is kind of local to West Virginia, but also with these freezers, we'll be able to freeze some product that's out of season for those winter months. But like in the fall, we're using pumpkin, sweet potato, things that are grown here in West Virginia, and then we can utilize those in other seasons.
So my question is a little bit similar to what I think you asked just a moment ago. I was thinking the same question about intellectual property. Do you have a special product that you need to get intellectual protection on, proprietary process? Maybe I heard you say no, but I would think about that. I was curious, you commented a little bit on competition. I think the market is infinite in a sense for this sort of thing. It seems to me your challenge will be scale and competition. And maybe what you talked about a little bit was the part of the niche that you've carved out is all natural. But just talk a little bit about your competition, or is the plan to get it to a certain scale and then sell for $1 billion?
Our Paw Thaws are made from yogurt, and we've been talking with local vets to make sure that that is the best ingredient that will start, like, that's actually good for dog's digestive system.
And compared to other competitors, our fat content is very low compared to competitors. We're also using lactose-free yogurt that's organically sourced. So a lot different than the competitors right now. A huge issue with the competitors right now that I had saw whenever I was giving my dog these as well, was that she was gaining a tremendous amount of weight in a little bit of time. But she loved them, so I wanted her to be able to eat that. And the licking stimulation helped her with her anxiety as well. So there's other benefits outside of just eating a treat. The health benefit, the licking stimulation for anxiety.
So you mentioned brick and mortar. That's what you want to move toward, that you would only sell out of the brick and mortar, or would you distribute wholesale to other retailers?
I would distribute to wholesale to other retailers as well. But the long-term way down the line would be a brick and mortar in Morgantown, but also have my manufacturing to where I can source it out to like Wheeling, West Virginia, or Clarksburg, West Virginia, Charleston, West Virginia.
Okay. And yeah, and a frozen product is difficult with distribution. That just
Yes.
complicates it, being in the food business myself. But have you thought about something that's more shelf stable that would work?
So freezing is a challenge, but if you go into non-frozen foods, the shelf life for that's about 6 months. We're gaining that to up to a year. Our shelf life is a year, so you can keep them in your deep freezer for a year. So that's playing in our favor.
You can also lose some of the nutritional value when you dehydrate the foods versus having it fresh, because frozen keeps a lot of those nutrients. Thank you.
All right, up next we have Pine Room Studios, LLC.
Check, check. Check, check. I think we're good.
Check, check. This one's off.
You back on.
Check, check.
Check.
Ball game.
A group of local guys have started to gain traction with a podcast. What started as a simple podcast is quickly becoming a local legend.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Brian Campbell, and this is Jub and Jared Delbrook. We're co-founders of the Pine Room Studios, LLC, a multimedia production company located out of Wheeling, West Virginia. What started out as a simple podcast drawing has quickly turned into something much larger. Over the last year, we pushed all of our chips into the middle and doubled down as content creators as we take pride in being able to find customers who are eager to grow their business. We take pride in finding innovative, multifaceted, and dynamic ways to go after our businesses. We offer a proven and profitable product as we have 3 podcasts, 7 hours of live radio, multiple brand deals, merchandise, and ongoing live events. This ship would not continue to row if it wasn't for our team. All 8 co-founders have a specific role in our company that allow us to prosper. We understood that there was an opportunity in the customer experience industry as soon as we started to release content. We realized how many great businesses were underutilizing their creative opportunities. Small businesses such as the Ohio Valley Pickleball Club, existing brands like Big Timber Brewing, large companies like Ogilvy Resort, you name it, we'll find a way to set ourselves apart. And everything that we have to offer, we are not a product or a service. We are a brand that is making a difference with everybody that we come into contact with. Here's what we're proud about. Over the last year, West Virginia businesses in the Pine Room Studios, we take pride in being able to say that we impacted over $93,000 in revenue for West Virginia businesses.
Companies are always trying to find new and creative ways to push their product and their business. And whether it's through podcast, radio, social media, or simply word of mouth, we cover all those channels. The Pine Room thrives because of our execution and constant innovation of the content that we put out. And it's through that content that we not only help ourselves as a business succeed, but the businesses that we work alongside with do as well. In 2023, we generated $19,000 of revenue in our first full year as an LLC, as we launched new brand deals, expanded our time on the radio, and set foundation and footwork for a profitable 2024. And in just the first quarter of this year alone, we've generated over $10,700 of revenue with multiple brand partnerships on the horizon and customers waiting and eager for 2024. And in that time, we're expecting a 193% increase in revenue. You see, in our industry of content creation and multimedia production, we are focused on market and social trends. And with that said, an exciting 2024 is ahead of us as small businesses are always looking to expand their marketing efforts and budget, with the customer experience industry set to reach $14 billion this year.
And we are in an exciting position because we have multiple customer channels. The market that is currently spending money with us and the market that consumes and follows the content that we create. Over the past year, we have seen a massive increase in our following as a result of our consistency and execution in the content that we create. We are pleased with our demographic and can't wait to see what markets we can tap into in the coming year. Now, going back to our roots of the university that all 8 co-founders graduated from, we are excited to have students join us to help with day-to-day operations and gain real-world experience, with plans to expand to different universities throughout the state of West Virginia in the coming year.
We are in a prime position to grow. And with everything we've done and everything that we can possibly do, the milestone ask that we're about to propose will not only launch us forward, not in next year, not by the end of the summer, but by right now.
Productivity, quality, innovation. Those are the 3 massive things that come to mind with these milestone asks. With $52,600, we're ready to go to work right now. Milestone 1 allows us to build, furnish, professionally equip a new studio that's located less than 10 feet away from our current 225-foot square office. It allows us to quadruple the space, quadruple the staff, and for our customers, quadruple the content. With milestone 2, let's get on the road. We love highlighting businesses that we've never worked with. We love getting them involved with our company. It allows us to purchase new mobile equipment, better content for our customers, and it allows for us to be at multiple locations at once. Like any good team, the Pine Room has depth. And right now, we can't utilize our full depth. Milestone 3, getting out in front of our customers. Let's create, let's innovate, let's find ways to win. At the end of the day, here's what sets us apart. Are you willing to sprint when the distance is unknown? Most companies are going to say yes. We're going to respond with another question. How can we go faster and how can we go farther? Thank you and welcome to the Pine Room.
Hi. Are all 8 co-founders full-time employees?
Yes, sir. Yeah, we all have a specific role within the company, operations, marketing.
100% full-time employees?
Yes, sir, 100%.
Okay, so how can you make the math of supporting 8 co-founders with $20,000 a year?
Yeah, absolutely. So every single penny that goes back into the company,
None of you guys take
not right now.
paycheck?
No, sir.
So how do you live?
Yeah, we're working. Go ahead, Joe.
I'll answer that for you. The four of us that are here today are full-time employees. We don't take any pay. Our other four founders are part-time. They have full-time jobs that work on the side for us that are able to come in and do day-to-day tasks such as accounting, marketing, and so forth.
So when do you think, what threshold do you guys have to hit before payroll starts picking up?
I heard something really cool the other day from James, Iconic Air. The first year, let's break even, which we were able to profit in our first year. Second year, let's find a way to pay the rent. And that third year, let's break down the monetary value. But for us, it's about solving a problem. It was never about the money when we started this. We're able to solve a problem every day. Born and raised from West Virginia, college athletes, grad school. We got to travel across this country. Right? We got to see that we're no different than these other states. It just needs promoted better. We need to highlight, the best avocado toast, the best professor, right? Maybe the best animal shelter, right? Let us get involved. We're in, and let's roll.
As a way to efficiently aggregate customers, and I'm talking about business, who are some of your partnerships? Seems like Chambers of Commerce, Ignite West Virginia. I've heard some great businesses that could probably benefit from your services. Talk about your growth strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, first off, I want to say go Mountaineers. WVU, yeah.
Sir.
So, West Liberty University graduates, but, go Mountaineers. Great football career. I wanted to say that any chance we get to partner with someone, if they're going to give us business advice, they're going to come and help us, they're going to come on the radio to promote their product. You name their company, we're in. We're finding ways to innovate and help them grow and help us grow as well.
Yeah, there's not really a limit to who we work with and who we won't work with. I mean, if they fit with who we are as people and what we're looking for, and they have a good product or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean specifically, there are chambers of commerce, Ignite West Virginia. It seems that if you can build partnerships where customers aggregate, you may be able to efficiently grow your customers through those core relationships.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a great relationship with the Wheeling Heritage. They're absolutely unbelievable. Got us off the ground, right? A couple college graduates didn't know what we were doing. Said, hey, let's lift you up. You have an idea. You're solving a problem. Let's help you guys find a way to help you win.
What do you perceive as your geographical reach?
Well, we were just talking about that. Really, everywhere. Basically, our business is through the internet. So, the internet is all over the world. So, basically, there's no geographic limit to where we can go, what we can do.
Yeah, and for the businesses that we work with, obviously we're staying local in West Virginia. When it comes to event hosting and stuff like that, obviously our expansion can't go beyond the borders of a certain area for people to bring into events. Now we've had the Pickleball Classic, which we hosted. We had people come in from Arkansas and Tennessee and Kentucky. We can reach in that sort of regard, but as far as bringing a person to eat at a restaurant in Wheeling, we're not exactly going to reach the coast of California. So as far as our content, we can get to anybody, anywhere with internet connection.
I think something that's really cool is just stuff underneath our brand, right? The Pine Room Lager, produced by Big Timber Brewing, sold in the state of West Virginia right now. We are on them every single day, and it's such a fun conversation to have. How can we get into Ohio, right? How can we get into Virginia? How do we find a way to get our product and your product into different states?
Question about your customers. Make sure I'm clear. Is the business your customer or the consumer of those businesses your customer?
Both. I would say our actual customers are the businesses that we work with, and our end user are those that follow our content, watch the stuff that we do, and want to be involved in the events that we host.
One of our biggest opportunities here is with this funding, right? We create new content. Our end users grow. More people are following what we're putting out. Then in return, these companies that are coming on our podcast, on our radio, that we're building a brand with them, now more eyes are on their product.
One thing I did not hear in your presentation so far is the word advertising. So you have your customers that do have a product, let's say, Pickleball Association. Yes, that's fine. But what about somebody who just wants to advertise and become a source of revenue, guys, but they are not going to sit there for let's say 10 hours of content. They just want to run a commercial 30 seconds. So where is that leg sits in your business plan? Because I have not heard that.
Absolutely. It's what we do. We do in-house production of audio commercials for radio, video commercials for the internet and for production. We've done ads on TV. We have a trade partnership with WTRF in Wheeling. We do trade partnerships for anybody that wants to advertise. Like you said, everybody's not available to come in and talk for an hour on radio or on podcast. So if there's somebody that's interested in working with us, obviously we will give anybody the opportunity. We'll run ads. We'll do promos. We've done giveaways for certain events throughout the city.
Have you modeled where in your path of growth where advertising will become your biggest source of revenue potentially?
I wouldn't say the largest source of revenue. I think it's a great opportunity, but right now our profit margin with live events is our highest, right? They'll bring us in Blazing Paddles Classic hosted by Ogilvy Resort. Maybe the Waterfront Fest that we're hosting on May 4th in Wheeling, where that overhead was $21,000, which we've covered in the first 2 months. Now ticket sales are going to be able to profit there. That's going to be our largest event yet, and that's happening on May 4th in Wheeling if anybody's looking for something to do.
I just have to ask, have you been tempted to do political?
We have, well, I actually take that back. I was going to say we have not, but we have interviewed on our radio station mayoral candidates for the mayor of Wheeling. We haven't gone into Reach's political talks so far, but with expanded studio space and the availability of new shows and new staff and bringing people in, if they want to promote, content, or if they think, they're a good content creator, we can bring them in. And if politics is something maybe you're interested in doing a show, we can bring you in and you can start it up.
I just know that I owned an interest in a TV station at one time, and our revenues tripled on election years and then down. So
Are you interested in running for governor?
No, I'm not. Been there, done that.
Thank you, everybody.
Guys.
Have a great night.
Thank you, guys. That way, that way. That way, this way. This way.
All right, can we give a big round of applause for our Main Street finalists? Wow, that was incredible. It's hard to follow the Pine Room, guys, right? Okay, can we put up the slide for the judges? I just want to take a moment to say thank you to our incredible judges today. Can we give them a big round of applause for their time and expertise? They have the task of deliberating to figure out how $100,000 will be distributed. So at this time, I will ask the judges to switch spots. So we will now bring up the tech and innovation judges. So we'll just switch out. And then at the conclusion of Ignite West Virginia, we will go and deliberate. So you guys get to watch the tech and innovation folks. So we'll just go to the next slide, please. All right, so we have the tech and innovation judges. If you guys will come on up, we'll just switch on out. So let's give the tech and innovation judges now a round of applause. Okay, and then Chloe, I'll turn it over to you to do the on deck.
All right. Up first, we're going to have Bright, and on deck, we'll have GP Teacher.
You don't have to go yet. We'll just, yeah. So. Yeah. Okay, let me put it on presentation mode. Yeah, you guys just. So all of these mics should be caught. Okay, let me get.
I'd rather not use this.
those in those folders for you. Very diligently instead of doing my finance homework. All right, anyone need a water or anything? Here. Oh, it's warm. Okay. What do you guys think here? Everybody wants more water? Can I get either of you guys anything? Oh yeah, you know how I do. All right, you all right, Frank? You good? Everybody got that? Okay, we got it. So they know who you are. They've got this. All right, you guys all right? Good.
It's counting down.
Okay, judges, we're going to start in 5 seconds.
Oh, okay. 3, 2. So 4 years ago, I was a freshman at WVU, and as soon as I stepped foot on campus,
Wait, let's stop.
Ooh.
Get your mic hot. All right, reset it.
Please make sure your good? All right, we're good now.
We're good.
Yep. Take 2. So 4 years ago, I was a freshman at WVU, and as soon as I stepped foot on campus, my school bombarded me by emailing me survey after survey asking about my campus experience. But of course, I didn't fill these out. Everyone knows surveys are miserable. But believe it or not, this causes universities to suffer. 3 months ago, we talked with 50 administrators across 26 universities, and they told us the #1 threat that institutions face today is student attrition. And the way they're solving this is by depending on surveys like the ones I was receiving to identify student issues that lead to dropouts. But the problem is only 10% of students are responding. And so for administrators, finding students who are at risk of dropping out is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Universities are not getting this crucial data, and they're learning about student problems after it's too late, which is costing the average US private institution $173 million in lost tuition every single year. But universities can no longer afford to lose any more students because higher education is in a financial crisis from declining enrollment, and the effects are evident at WVU. But this is hitting colleges hard across the nation. And to preserve bottom lines, the need to retain students is now more important than ever before. And this is where our solution, Bright, comes in. We're the co-founders of Bright, and we built survey software that gives universities more data on student needs, helping institutions make real-time changes for student retention. And so here's how we're changing the survey status quo to help universities thrive. So on our student app, which is in use today, students answer daily questions about their university experience and earn points. And these points are cashed in for prizes on our shop provided by local businesses. And so in students' eyes, this is not a survey. It's a competitive game to win real weekly prizes, which is how we solve the survey problem. And then this student feedback is shown to administrators on their dashboard so they can finally understand student needs on the fly, like mental health or other campus concerns, and then provide resources in real time based on data-driven insights to help students succeed and boost retention.
And we currently have 3 paying university customers, and Bright is in action today with the WVU schools of nursing and dentistry, and universities like Concord are itching to use the platform later this fall. These administrators are seeing a 700% increase in survey responses, and this is because we have hundreds of students that have made a habit of coming back to our app every single day for months now. And they're doing so because they've been incentivized by over $10,000 worth of prizes that local businesses have given us, and they're seeing new student customers as a result. So existing products have not built this connection where traditional surveys are boring and they lack student engagement. Reward apps take weeks to earn even minimal prizes, and local businesses' social media ads are consistently scrolled by and ignored. So Bright's competitive edge is a new incentive structure that leverages local business promotions for better data collection. And this creates a two-sided market where we generate revenue both from universities and from local businesses. So for universities, we operate on annually recurring contracts, providing them with invaluable data metrics to help fight student attrition. And for local businesses, we use monthly subscriptions to help them market and engage within educational settings. And here's how we plan on capturing these initial customers.
To reach new university customers, we sell to the Vice President of Student Affairs and already have 8 universities in the last stage of our sales buying process in just a month and a half. And to get prizes from local businesses in any college town across America, we incentivize our own student users to refer local businesses onto our platform. And 2 weeks since launch, already have 3 businesses sign up from student referrals. And so our highly scalable sales and marketing strategy allows us to effectively scale to any college town nationwide. And our team of Morgantown natives just gets things done, ingrained in our hard-nosed West Virginian ethos. From Lucas and I spearheading boots-on-the-ground sales and marketing efforts to Craig and our in-house tech team crafting the product, every aspect of our operation is checked. We're on a mission to make West Virginia a startup state.
And we have a network of advisors who are experienced experts helping us provide this in future growth.
Yeah, so last year we won $40,000 here with just an idea and a plan, and turned that into a real product with paying customers. So now we're asking for $50,000, which gets us an engineering boost, and which provides a scalable infrastructure and AI into our product, and for sales initiatives, which gets us to our next milestone of $100,000 in revenue by the end of this year. And we're focused on our niche entry point into the market, which is higher education. However, other industries have come to us and asked to use our product because they need feedback too. And beyond this, we envision a future where we sell our data for endless AI applications. But for now, universities are hurting. Our solution works, and we are ready to disrupt the industry. And so together, let's brighten the future of feedback. Thank you.
Great job on the presentation. Really well done. I have a question about you had the two-sided marketplace, and I wanted to kind of understand that a little bit. When you charge the business, is there any indication of how much of their incentives that they're giving to the students are being redeemed, or have you gotten any information on that at all?
Yeah. So just to clarify, the question was, how does the local business incentives work, and within the in terms of the giveaways and the promotional giveaways they're giving? And so right now we're charging just a flat monthly rate of $20 per month, and that covers anything from, we've seen some businesses give $10 coupons per month. We've seen others give $10 coupons per week. And so the more giveaways these businesses are giving, the more customers they're seeing as a result. And so there's a local business in Morgantown by the name of Tap House. Maybe some of you have been there. They told us they're capitalizing on the student market like never before, because a student's not going to come in if they see an ad on social media. But if they have a $10 gift card, they're going to come. And we've actually seen that students bring their friends, and so we're providing these businesses with a huge ROI, because we've seen upwards, they've been spending $90+ on meals.
For the nursery, for the nurses school, or the dentistry, is it the same or is it different? And the data that you gather, how would you classify that against your AI idea?
Yeah, so to classify data for the School of Nursing and the School of Dentistry, it's all kind of segregated within different university customers. And so right now we have 3 university customers. Each are asking their own individual questions, their own survey questions. And each administrator has their own dashboard, so where they can get their students' needs. And we've actually seen the School of Nursing, for example, they have, we talk to our customers regularly for customer success check-ins, and they have been making program-wide changes based on what the students have said. But just to answer your initial question, they are segregated within our back end based on per university.
And is the dashboard dynamic or static?
In what sense do you mean?
Do the schools automatically get their data every student answers, or do they wait in weekly basis, get a report?
Yeah, so every day we collect data points, and it's compounded into a tally system, so teachers can see the responses of each of their questions they've asked for that day.
Thank you.
So what other startups are pursuing this industry? And I know you mentioned Qualtrics and SurveyMonkey. Are there other startups in this space, and have you done a lot of research on that?
So there's competitors kind of broken up into three groups. So there's traditional surveys, which is your things such as Qualtrics and SurveyMonkey. However, those don't really have an incentive component to them. And then there's the reward apps where students go in and they fill out prizes, but it takes weeks to get even like an Amazon gift card or something. And then local businesses go in and they try to advertise on things like Instagram, but folks just keep scrolling and they ignore them. And so there's kind of competitors in each one of these spaces, and we're really connecting the dots in the middle, enabling those local business connections to fuel the data, which brings in more local businesses, so it's a positively growing flywheel.
Yeah, absolutely. And beyond this, as our daily active users increases, we do see a foreseeable future within e-commerce companies, also national brand deals. But with regards to any other companies that are any startups, there are none that we know of. And since we're a vendor with each university, then local businesses, they don't have to fill out a W-9 because we're kind of the middleman between that.
Sure, and I'll offer an introduction I can make later on. There was a company based out of San Diego called Portfolium that basically created a LinkedIn to put forward your student projects, and they went to the University of California system and landed a contract to immediately be across all 20 university campuses. So we can talk more about that later.
It's awesome, thank you, definitely will.
Can you talk a little bit about your sales cycle, what that looks like?
Absolutely, yeah, that's a great question. So with regards to our sales cycle, we do top-down, outbound sales, and we contact the Vice President of Student Affairs at a university. And so this job title deals with everything from student satisfaction to do you like your dorm, do you like the food, because all of these little things contribute to dropouts. And so their job is to make students happy. And so anyways, we reach out to these via email. We've seen great success with 8 universities in the last stage of our sales pipeline. But with regards to that cycle, we prospect these universities, then we do the customer qualification. So do they have the adequate pain and the adequate budget with regards to retention and their financial budget? And then we run an individual demo. And then after that, we do a stakeholder demo with the Vice President of Student Affairs and their directors. And then from there, after that, that's whenever we get the economic buyer, which is either the provost or the chief information officer. And this sounds like a lot, but within Concord University, this process only took a month and a half. And so it's pretty straightforward, especially within your mid-market sales cycles. We're going to stay, our ideal customer profile is more of these, SMB mid-market type universities, your small private universities. We're going to stay away from the long enterprise deals until we find product market fit.
You mentioned that you want $50,000 on this current pitch. What would you do if you had $100,000?
Yeah, so we're actually actively seeking a pre-seed round of investment, but that is going to take place in the next 4 to 8 months because we're all engineering students. We're getting ready to graduate, and we've had actually product-led growth with zero marketing. A University of Marshall administrator came to us and said, "I've heard about Bright. I want to use it at Marshall." We said, "How did you hear about us?" Her daughter is a WVU School of Dentistry student, and she told her mom, "Hey, you guys should check this out. I'm winning these free prizes for these surveys." So we've had word of mouth growth, and so we have more demand than we have the capacity for right now. So we really need to boost product development to build these more robust, scalable systems. And so the $50,000 from Ignite lays the groundwork to build a lot of these things. It gets us that runway. And then once we close that pre-seed round of funding, we can deploy that capital and start growing. Thank you, guys.
All right, up next we have GP Teacher, and on deck is Mooter Help.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Robert Coleman, and I'm a proud son of Appalachia. West Virginia is an educational desert. Teachers are underpaid, underserved, and understaffed. How does this affect our kids? I have a nephew that attends Mercer County schools, and he struggles to read and write. His teacher splits her time between 30 students and cannot afford him the one-on-one time that he unfortunately needs. His mother works 2 jobs to put a roof over their head, and she also can't give him the time he needs to learn and advance. He's not alone. In fact, 48% of West Virginia 4th graders are below the basic national achievement level of reading.
Thank you, Rob. These issues are real in West Virginia, and I'd like to share with you my experience. As someone whose native language isn't English, I understand the challenges that students face in the classroom, experiencing teachers unable to help with assignments due to the lack of time and resources at their disposal. I can remember pulling my hair out, feeling frustrated and lost with nowhere to go on completing these assignments. However, this is not just an issue for ESL students. It affects many other students in our state. Students need support inside and outside the classroom in order to succeed at any pace.
West Virginia is 47th in education. And as Rob said, 48% of 4th graders are under the national reading level. And as of 2026, 3rd grade students will be subjected to standardized testing in reading and math. And if they do not meet these benchmarks, they will be required to repeat the grade.
Thank you, Garrett. So we have teachers who are underpaid and overworked. We have students who can't even properly ask their teachers questions sometimes. And in 2 years, 3rd grade students will be given the reading comprehension exam that if they don't pass it, they have to retake 3rd grade. West Virginia is facing some serious problems, so what are we going to do about it? The answer is GP Teacher. GP Teacher is an AI-driven education platform that gives students instant 24/7 feedback and teachers the tools they need to pinpoint exactly where the problems are in their classroom. For students, it's a tutor. For teachers, it's an assistant. So let's show you some of how this works. On the student side, we want to emphasize a gamification of education. We want to make it fun to learn. And we want to emphasize something we call language agnosticism. What this means is that if a student is learning English and they ask for feedback, that feedback can be given in Spanish, French, whatever their native language is. And as Garrett said, literacy is a huge problem in West Virginia right now. So we want to emphasize a phonics-based learning platform. So let's show you quickly what we have so far. We have developed the Siri of reading. All a student does is they come to our website, they click that red button, they read the text that's on the screen. GP Teacher listens to that student and can then give feedback verbally on what that student did correctly or incorrectly. Now, on the teacher's side, we want to emphasize a safety-focused approach. We understand how important safety is to education, so we want to keep that in the front of our minds. We also want to integrate this with LMS platforms, so that way teachers don't have to pull their hair out when they're trying to use it. And finally, we want to have IEP assistance, which means that teachers will be able to develop lesson plans for students that might be struggling a little bit. And just to look at what that might look like, teachers are able to see who is interacting with their problems and what specific problem points are coming up. So we have demos, but we need to make this a real-world product. We need $60,000 to make this possible. $35,000 goes straight to building it. An extra $15,000 gets us through a pilot program to get into real-world classrooms in West Virginia, and the final $10,000 gets us the tailwind we need to get the word out about GP Teacher. But why us? Judges, we are all West Virginia natives. We've seen firsthand education in West Virginia. On top of that, we are seniors in computer science at West Virginia University. We are uniquely posed to get a solution for this problem. So, we are not just here today asking for an investment in our company. We are asking for an investment into the future of West Virginia. Thank you.
That was a great job, and I especially like that you submitted a business model canvas that was completed. So great job on that. Obviously, you're pursuing a problem that is worth solving, and I like what you're doing so far. Especially, there's a company in Ohio I can make an introduction to that's building an IEP engine as well, so that might be a good partnership. And I love the fact that you're gamifying learning. My question is, how much do you need to raise in order to achieve your first $1 million of revenue?
So our goal right now is to become profitable in the next 2 years. We're still doing research and development into the correct pricing as to what is profitable for our company, but also what is affordable for education. We see it as over the next 2 years, we want to focus on West Virginia, get our service into West Virginia schools, and then past that, we can start thinking about nationwide expansion, and I believe that is where some real exponential growth might start coming in.
If there was one barrier that doesn't let you guys sleep at night as a computer science major, what would that be?
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time? I just didn't hear it.
To implement your technology in the product, what is the barriers that might make you successful or fail?
So a lot of those barriers have been removed over the past 2 years. A lot of new technology has entered the playing field. And I think our strength is being agile enough to be able to be on the bleeding edge of it and testing, seeing what works and what isn't as stable. Does that answer your question?
Not really, but we can talk outside, yep.
Okay.
I have a couple of questions. I was wondering if you had a specialist, a reading specialist among your staff. I heard you said that you were all computer scientists, and I also was curious if you were going to have plans to expand the product to address learning challenges such as dyslexia.
So of our team, not currently, but over the course of I-Corps, I spoke to many different individuals, and I had some very helpful interviews from WVU faculty. A few of them helped write and actually added input into Bill 3035, which is what we were mentioning earlier, that Third Grade Success Act. As for expansion of features, we are definitely interested in expanding features as this product develops. At this moment, we feel reading is a crucial problem in West Virginia, so we're focusing on that, but we're still definitely open to future expansions.
Literacy is definitely our MVP. That's where we are first, and then we'll work out from there. But first, we got to get that MVP into the actual stages where it's in the schools, it's actually doing the work it needs to do.
So are you already addressing literacy issues such as dyslexia, where people are having that learning disability to get
So that's the beauty of this, is that one, it's regulated by the teacher. The teacher can actually see what the student is getting responded to. And then not only that, but since it's AI driven and it is personal, with the IEPs and stuff like that, you get student engagement directly to it, and then the AI can literally take in their problems and then personalize it just for them. So that way they get ahead.
Yeah, I have a question about the model and the learning model here, because the large language learning models are difficult and also very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Anytime you're dealing with children in schools, you worry about safety and security. And first of all, who is the underlying, or who have you figured out who's going to be the underlying kind of brains of this? As far as is it ChatGPT or is it Microsoft or somebody? Like, who is your service that you're using there? And then two, how are you going to be sure that if a student says the wrong word, he doesn't get an adult type of response?
So as for the first part, saying who we go with, it is a mix of who can promise safety and who can promise scalability, efficiency, cost effectiveness. As of this moment, we are going with OpenAI. They have been decreasing prices for quite a while now. However, we built our platform to be an almost plug-and-play system, where if any point in the future there would suddenly be a problem, we could pretty easily just switch sources to a better option.
And then I want to piggyback off that. You know, the teacher really does have access to what the AI gives back to the students sometimes. So if for whatever reason, like the AI would give a response to a question, and then let's say it's wrong for whatever reason, then the teacher can go back in there and it can tell it not to do that. And then that helps the AI, the actual computer itself know, okay, I can never do that again. You know, and so it won't do that, and it will give more simple answers. But the way that we'll program it is so that the teacher will initially interact with it, so that way that just doesn't happen from the get-go.
So you've identified an obvious problem, and you have a solution, and you know, and I commend you on your work with that. Applying this to the 55 counties of West Virginia, though, there are many areas of West Virginia that do not have access to broadband and internet. So, and we saw this in many pockets during COVID when remote learning was so prevalent. How do you address that issue? You know, can this be downloaded and not required to be online? I mean, how do you handle that situation?
So, for low internet availability, we're still looking into more offline options, but something I'd like to point out is that this is simply a website. There's no app you have to download. All you have to do is have something that just connects to the internet. Even if it's 1 bar of service, you're able to get to GP Teacher. And then in that sense, it's less of an internet requirement than a more intensive program.
And I also want to say too, like, you know, I know that students are struggling with that, you know, and in many counties, I think across West Virginia, they're giving Chromebooks now, right? And I know the internet's a big problem. My dad goes to, you know, he's a nurse practitioner, has no internet for hours at a time. You know, that is an issue that is an ongoing statewide problem and will have to be solved at the state level. But we're going to work our best way to get in there and, you know, make sure it's downloaded on the laptops and stuff they can access it.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Mooter Health. And on deck, we have Slim Safe.
Michelle is 3 months postpartum, struggling as a single mom. She feels alone, depressed, and guilty that she isn't providing enough for her newborn baby girl. Michelle represents the 85% of mothers who suffer from symptoms of a perinatal mood or anxiety disorder, while only 8% get treatment. This leaves 6.6 million moms in the United States alone suffering right now. Think about that number for a moment. And on top of that, suicide is the #1 cause of death for pregnant and up to 1 year postpartum moms. 1 in 10 dads also suffer from symptoms of a mood or anxiety disorder related to the perinatal period. We are done letting our loved ones face these devastating battles alone. Our solution to this ever-growing problem is Mooter Health.
Healthcare as a whole is predominantly reactive, but we cannot wait for people suffering with mental health to recognize that they are suffering before and reach out for help. That's why we offer a technology platform and proven protocol to allow clinicians within health systems and other healthcare entities to provide effective, preventative, and holistic care to all moms and patients outside of office visits, which is where healthcare is currently lacking. So, instead of Michelle facing this incredibly challenging period of her life alone, she is enrolled with Mooter with no charge to her at her first new pregnancy visit with her OB. She begins receiving personalized, proactive texts from her trusted providers and is given a Fitbit at her first appointment to provide critical, objective information about sleep and activity data each day to her clinicians. If I were to ask you all today how well you slept 3 weeks ago, could you tell me? I can't even remember how well I slept 3 nights ago. And this is really important because nearly every single postpartum suicide is preceded by a period of poor sleep. Yet our healthcare systems do not track these key data points. So, we can prevent these deaths by collecting objective information and intervening early while also building a rapport with each and every mother. In addition to proactive outreach and wearable data, we screen all of our mothers and analyze this data on a number of fronts, including sleep and activity data, medication compliance, and sentiment analysis on text, and a lot more, to produce our very own Mooter AI risk score. This score allows clinicians to stratify patients based on risk to identify patients that need the most amount of help, ensuring that no one slips through the cracks.
Michelle can be sure she's in great hands based on the success Mooter Health has had with our early customers, including Mon Health Hospital's Progressing Through Postpartum program. We have already added over 1,100 patients to the platform and have seen incredible results. Patient outcomes have improved 43% with treatment, and these results provide clear, meaningful value to clinicians, health systems, and insurance providers. Maternal mental health as an industry is predicted to grow from $3 billion to over $32 billion over the next decade, making it one of the fastest growing in the entire country. The market has just began adopting technology to address mental health care, but current solutions focus on self-help or labor-intensive face-to-face interactions. We serve our health systems and organizations through the uniqueness of our purpose-built platform, devised with industry experts and evidence-based research. We have proven technology and protocols for a gold standard of care specifically in maternal mental health. Our ask today is $72,000 to continue growing our customer base and support an additional 3,500 patients, with $16,000 towards clinician recruiting and training, $24,000 towards technology and AI enhancements, and $32,000 for business development and marketing and sales campaigns. Getting another hospital enrolled would be life-changing for so many mothers and families in West Virginia, and it'll also help us demonstrate traction for further venture funding and help make this a standard of care across the entire nation and world, starting with West Virginia. But none of this is about the numbers. This is about helping people and saving lives.
While we recognize that our story today focused on Mom Michelle, mental health issues do not discriminate and expand far beyond mothers and fathers. Mooter has the capabilities to help the silent suffering of moms, dads, teens, students, veterans, the elderly, impoverished, substance use disorder, and those who fall victim to the loneliness pandemic. Thank you for your time today.
Is it all ambient data, or does she have to insert data for you?
Yeah, so the data that we're gathering, we're currently screening patients. So these are remote screens that we're sending out to the patients over text messaging. So the patients, this was a very intentional move that we did to increase engagement. Current engagement rates with EMR systems and phone calls are only 30 to 35%, and yet our engagement stays consistent over the 7 months that we've enrolled the Mon Health system at 85%. So we send these text messages out with the screening data included, and we'll receive that data and it'll go into the patient record. And the data that we receive from the Fitbits, those are ingested every night. Those are really just sleep and activity data at this point.
And you mentioned you have a protocol, and how do you make sure that protocol actually does the right thing based on the input to give you the right output, which we can understand and help the patient?
Absolutely. That's a really good question. I mean, that is To answer your question, years and years and years of evidence. So we mentioned that we have proven protocols that are devised with industry experts. These are clinicians that have been working in this industry for decades. So truly the experts, the leaders in this field, and that's then combined with the evidence and the research that we've been collecting with this platform and on the data from over 1,100 patients. That's not something that's very easy for a healthcare startup to do, and we've been very fortunate to have that amount of data to support our practices and it further reiterate on what we're doing. Across the industry, I mean, we see that, like Ateis mentioned, those engagement rates are far, far lower, but with the protocol we've developed, we can see that that's sustained. So it's not just the first time a patient is introduced and enrolled in the Mooter platform, but over a period of months, that engagement rate stays very high, and part of it is because of the evidence that we've been able to collect that informs the protocol.
Great job. Definitely a problem we're solving. And you mentioned that you had improvement in the mood disorder scores. What are you using for that? Is that the PHQ-9 or the GAD-7? Or?
Yeah, that's another good question. Wow, you really know this space. So we have the ability to use the PHQ as well as the GAD-7, but we're also relying on the EPDS, which is another proven diagnostic tool that's used across all mental health clinicians in this space. So we have the ability to incorporate those two. Those specific results are relying on the EPDS survey is what it's called.
And just to hop in real quick, that EPDS survey is specific for the perinatal period. So that's the gold standard in this space.
Got it. So there's a company out there called Osmind, OSMIND. They've raised $54 million, and they're doing GAD-7 and PHQ-9s. You should take a look at them and their investors because there might be a potential strategic partnership.
Yeah, that's a great comment. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And just, I think, just a little bit of back and forth, if you'll accommodate that. That's something that we have the ability to expand to. Jackie mentioned at the end that we're talking about helping homeless people, veterans, impoverished, all of these other groups, and that's where the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7 really come into play to help us. So one commitment that we've had from the very start is specificity to solve this problem, and as we expand to those other fields as we currently are, we're going to incorporate those surveys that are specific. So that is our commitment to creating the gold standard of care that's used across the entire nation.
So let's talk afterwards about that. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I do a lot of work with PTSD and brain trauma.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a great lead-in to PTSD populations. With over 20 years of healthcare experience, we've certainly developed a great network of healthcare professionals across the state, and we just launched into higher education as well. But PTSD is near and dear to my heart, especially among the veteran population because of a recent suicide with my twin brother because of PTSD. So I would greatly welcome an open conversation with you. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question about pricing and then who's paying for this. So kind of explain that a little bit to me, and then have you had any exploratory discussions with the insurance carriers and whether they would cover something like this?
Yeah, absolutely. So our pricing model is $25 per patient per month, and we are currently offering this as a software as a service platform for insurance providers and healthcare systems. So we have a lot of traction. Thank you for pulling up that slide. We're currently in with Mon Health and their sister hospital, Stonewall Jackson. And as Michelle mentioned, we've moved into higher education with WVJC. We've had further conversations with Children's National Hospital, and we're looking to close that deal very soon over the coming weeks here. And we've also begun many in-depth conversations with Aetna and Highmark on a number of fronts, including, of course, perinatal mental health, but also with a focus on SDOH.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, the reason we're talking to those organizations, we were very intentional about aiming to not have this be a cost to the patient, but to go after the health systems and health insurance providers because they value two things, and those are two things that we do really well with our platform. Number one is efficiency. So with our platform, they're able to accommodate a much greater caseload of patients, and we integrate right into their workflow. So in the case of the insurance companies, they've got hundreds, and I mean over 800 for some of these insurance companies just in the state of West Virginia that are offering the types of services that we support with our platform. So when we're able to come in and increase efficiency to allow them to accommodate more patients, that's a huge, huge financial return for them, and that's something that gets them interested. The other part of it is effectiveness, and we talked about the results with patient outcomes. So that truly matters to hospital systems and insurance providers because mental health is causing this industry $200 billion every year in losses. So both parties are very committed to finding a financial solution as well.
I had a quick question as to whether the client would also have access to the information and whether that would even be wise.
Client meaning the patient?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we made an early decision to not allow the patient to have anything outside of a texting interaction. One, because as you mentioned, having access to the data, and maybe there could be negative trends that we don't want the patient to be aware of and becoming overly conscious about. And secondly, we believe that having that login could cause app fatigue, and we want to ensure that our engagement rates stay very high and create a very natural engagement with the clinicians.
Yeah, and just to add on to that really quickly. So with Children's National, for example, they looked at us and they looked at 5 other platforms, and they asked us, are you from Silicon Valley? And we said, no, we're right here from West Virginia, and they ended up choosing us over all those platforms because of how good we are at what we do. So,
thank you all.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Slim Safe, and on deck, we have Sparked.
It's not up yet, the PowerPoint. Oh, what do I do? Okay. That's GP teacher. Okay. Slim Safe, yeah. Meet Emma A., a spunky 10-year-old equestrian and one of my favorite students when I work as a riding instructor in the summers. Last year, when Emma was practicing the night before a horse show, her horse got frustrated and Emma was thrown off. The impact was so great that her helmet broke. After spending the night in the emergency room, doctors confirmed that Emma had a sprained knee, bruised ribs, and a concussion severe enough to have Emma experiencing dizzy spells and vision problems in the week to come. The only upside to Emma's fall was the timing, because if it had happened even one day later, when Emma was in the show ring rather than the practice ring, she wouldn't have been wearing a helmet at all. She would have been wearing a hat, like millions of other equestrians, adults and children alike, who ride horses competitively. You see, 70% of riding falls result in head injuries. And despite the fact that wearing a riding helmet reduces your risk of severe head injury by 50%, many riders and trainers still reject the use of them in competition. Many riders and trainers still reject the use of them in competition. And wearing your helmet to practice, but not to show, is about as useful as wearing your seatbelt Monday through Friday. Helmets are unstylish, uncool, and so taboo that they can even negatively affect your outcome in a horse show. My name is Eva Tor, founder and CEO of Eva Tor LLC. I'm an avid equestrian, and I've been dealing with this problem for over 15 years. My helmet has saved my life on more than one occasion, but it's also cost me a few ribbons along the way. Now, I say this not to discourage anyone from the sport that I love, but merely to demonstrate the need for innovation. Because riders, parents, Emma's mom, should not have to choose between her daughter's safety and success. That's why I've invented the Slim Safe. The Slim Safe is a patent-pending, ultra-thin riding helmet designed to fit inconspicuously under a hat. We're working with experienced teams of medical engineers, chemists, and sports head trauma specialists to deliver the maximum amount of protection with a fraction of the profile of a normal helmet. So what does our market look like? Well, you might be surprised to learn that horseback riding is actually the leading cause of sports-related traumatic brain injuries. Roughly 15,000 equestrians a year will present to the hospital with head injuries alone. And of those 15,000, the hospitalization rate is nearly 6 times that of football players in the same situation. These equestrians represent our serviceable, obtainable market. But it's estimated that over 30 million Americans ride horses each year, and this represents our much larger total addressable market. We have 3 customer segments: parents of children who ride, amateur riders, and horse professionals. But our primary customer segment is parents of children who ride and show, because parents are nothing if not protective and prioritize their child's safety. We're benchmarking a per unit cost of $90, and we plan to sell for $350 a unit, leaving us with a profit margin of 75%. We'll sell direct to consumer through our website, but we'll also sell B2B using existing equine vendors, as they've already tapped each of our 3 customer segments and have a large and loyal following. When it comes to competition, our situation is unique in that we're not competing against individual products in the market, but rather the social norms and stigmas that exist within the horse industry. We plan to combat these using an awareness campaign, because if my customer interviews have taught me anything, it's that safety simply isn't discussed in the horse industry, certainly not the way it's discussed in other sports. And as for me, I'm a user entrepreneur who's turning her 15-year-long passion into an entire brand that aims to solve the problems that myself and my peers have grown up experiencing. Since competing at Bridging Innovation last year, I've expanded my brand and my team. My first product, the Tiny Tack Room, previously known as the Stable Boy, is set to launch at the end of this month. And my team that previously consisted of patent lawyers, business coaches, and engineers has grown to include a wonderful board of advisors, marketing firm, medical and material specialists, and corporate and product liability attorneys. So today, I'm asking you for $40,000 to continue research and development, complete helmet testing, file a utility patent, and finish website design. Stay stylish, stay safe, slim safe.
Great job. There's a lot of need for what you're doing there. The first question I have is, what does it take to get to your first $1 million of revenue? And then I'll come up with something.
So if we're going just off of profit, how many units we need to sell, we would need to sell about 4,000 units. But like I mentioned, our serviceable, obtainable market, which I think is very obviously obtainable, is 15,000 equestrians. And that's just head injuries. Roughly 50,000 will go to the hospital each year.
Sure. Also, I have a couple of introductions for you as well, because there's a lot of people in the military world and in the athletics field. Sean Springs, who was a All-American at Ohio State and also an NFL player for 6 years. He's working on a lot of helmet stuff, and there's a traumatic brain injury clinic at Ohio State that you might be able to get some strategic partnerships as well.
That would be excellent. Thank you very much.
There's always a delay on this. So I looked at the hat and the helmet, and is there any kind of problem, or I guess a question on whether that can fit under a normal hat? Because I assume that you'd have to upsize the hat a little bit to get that underneath. And would that be a complementary item you would maybe look to manufacture or to sell?
So we want to make sure we're only producing the helmet. We don't want to get involved with manufacturing hats. Hats are often bought when you buy your show clothes and tend to be more customizable. The helmet will come in several different sizes. We're actually thinking about certain custom options, maybe a universal size shell, extra small, small, medium, large, and then kind of an injectable gel, something that's custom fit to each person, so we maximize the small amount of space that we have. And that space that we're looking at is roughly 1/4 of an inch to an inch thick, absolutely no more. So people will have to size up on their hats, but not so much that it looks weird, and it does fit under all hats. It is completely universal in that instance.
Okay, and then my other question was, you had a photo up there of, I don't know, a bull rider at a rodeo.
I don't know that industry at all, but is that something like that would appeal to like an additional complementary industry versus just show riding?
Barrel racing, yeah, I mean, it's still considered competition, and Western is definitely the largest section of the market that refuses to wear a helmet. In fact, just a few years ago, a barrel racer like the one you saw a picture of fell and hit her head and died, and nothing was done within the industry. I was talking to a few people yesterday about how dressage has just recently mandated them. They mandated them literally after the pandemic happened, if that gives you an idea. Helmets were not in existence in dressage until COVID had already happened. And they only mandated that after one of their Olympians fell and was in a coma for a month and had to relearn how to walk and talk and eat.
Can you talk a little bit about your distribution model? You know, I mean, will you sell direct to the customer? Will you distribute through other, sort of outputs?
So safety is a very personal issue, especially since we're targeting parents. You know, it means a lot to them. So we want to make sure that whatever distribution model we go with is something that parents feel they can really, really trust. So that's why I'm working on building my brand right now, and part of my brand is advocacy for this problem, because my parents always made me wear a helmet, and I was the only kid in the ring with a helmet on. That's where all ideas stem from, not wanting to do what your parents want you to do. So yeah, we will sell through our website. Like I said, we're working on that brand, but choosing to sell through existing equine vendors, B2B, that's very strategic, because these vendors, like I said, have reached all of our customer segments. They have very, very loyal customers who trust them and know them, and trust their advice and their opinion in whatever they're selling. Does that answer your question? Okay.
I would think that a sponsor and somebody who is nationally known within the industry speaking out in favor of your product while allowing the tradition to continue might be really powerful. Have you considered that?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, one of the only benefits of horseback riding being kind of one of the last holdouts to not mandate helmets across the board is that we've seen how every other sport has done it, right? So football, hockey, it took, one big famous player saying, no, I'm going to wear a helmet, and then everyone else eventually followed. So I think that's what it's going to take, is getting one or two really big influencers behind us who agree to wear our product for the rest of the industry to follow. Because, I mean, really, why style is so important is because it's the trend. It's been the trend for several hundred years, and they're hesitant to change it. But if we can make something else the trend, if we can make safety the trend, then I think we can make it universal.
That's a good point, because even in the skating industry, right, Tony Hawk wears a helmet now, right? So to your point, what are the horse people waiting for?
Absolutely. I hope this means I've done a good job answering the question.
All right. Up next, we have Sparked, and on deck, Cyber Cubs.
Hello. Is it good? Hello. Hello, my name's Sean Cosner, and I wanted to ignite your ideas with Sparked. Before we get started, a little bit about how I came to this position. I'm a deep thinker, and a lot of things in the world do not make sense to me. I'm looking around for the truth and I can't find it, and it's causing a lot of problems in my mind. So I write a lot. I write a lot to analyze my thoughts, and since 2017, I've written just about 6.5 million words. And one of those words, and a lot of those words, I wrote my first book in 2020, and I recognized a lot of personal pain points. So from those pain points, I started thinking about developing Spark in the background of writing this book. And in my second book and my third book, I recognized those pain points were there. And so I developed what I now refer to as Sparked. And in August 2023, I created a MVP. I reached out to WVU that same month, and the last 6 months have been a journey. I'm a service disabled war veteran. I've been accepted and completed Second Service Foundation's Leadership and Entrepreneurship Academy. DAV, went down there this February in Cincinnati, Ignite finalist, Regional I Corps, and tonight, pitching to you guys, Future, Syracuse, going to do the entrepreneur boot camp there, military entrepreneurship boot camp for Second Service Foundation, and then hopefully National I Corps teams. And then I would like to represent West Virginia in the World Cup. What has my journey taught me? So in the world of creativity, the journey from a spark of inspiration to a masterpiece is often lost in translation, misplaced in the chaos of capturing, organizing, and evolving raw ideas. So some of the personal pain points I was speaking to, creative thinking is messy. We have scattered thoughts, too many ideas, lost momentum, sporadic work habits, lost work, emotional management. So identifying the problem, organization of ideas, efficiency and time management, tracking the development of ideas from the beginning to the end, the process is cumbersome. Connecting related ideas, this is a big issue, apps, programs, multiple mediums, so cross-platform compatibility. No dedicated workspace for inspirations to grow. We're missing a place to foster individual creativity. So what I like to refer to as a creative canvas. So the solution, InnerSparked, a streamlined, intuitive platform designed to capture and organize your flashes of genius the moment they strike. Our app's basic features provide a seamless experience to record, refine, and revisit your creative concept. So the solution, this is an MVP I created myself. So you just log in, type in your Spark, and you save it. And where the magic happens is the Spark web app. So on the right, you see the individual Sparks highlighted here, and you can tell which ones have been used for your master. And in this example, there's 87 Sparks, but the master is the current projects over here that we're working on, and this is the master. So all these Sparks are drag and drop. You can switch them around, and then we get to a point where you're ready to work on your final product. You export it to your preferred format. So the competitors, competitive landscape depends on what you put us in as note-taking, word processor, organizing, planning, book writing app programs. So why Sparked? There are many fantastic apps and programs available, but nothing quite like Spark. Spark is not directly competing with any existing solution. If anything, we overlap and we can work together. Spark stands out by offering a holistic ecosystem tailored to and for the creator. While there are note-taking apps and writing tools available, none offer the community and full spectrum support that Spark proposes. Our focus on the entire life cycle of an idea sets us apart, making Spark a unique contender in the market. So the market size of this opportunity in the next 3 years, currently 2023, the market global size is 10 billion. US, North America is getting 4 billion of that. By 2028, it's supposed to reach 19 billion, 18.9% growth. So the target for me right now, I'm going to focus on writers, traditional and freelance. That's a $30 million industry. So we're looking at 6 million users. So my first year, I'm going to try to capture 2% of that, third year, 3%, and 4% after that. So phase one, business model, we're going to do a freemium model. We're going to do in-app purchases, microtransactions for feature unlocks. So this is our go-to-market strategy. We are here right now with Ignite. So we're going to launch our MVP, focusing on writers, authors, and creators who use the note-taking app, establish a user base, implement a feedback loop, enhance the platform with advanced features, expand other creative segments, at the same time build a robust community, and that will allow us to go into phase two pretty efficiently. So the ask, I'm asking for $40,000. We will allocate 75% of the $40,000 funding to develop our MVP, focusing on core features and optimal user experience. The rest will fund expert market analysis and launch campaigns to boost visibility and engage initial users. Thank you.
Great presentation. So you said that you launched an MVP. How many people used it, and what did you learn from those users?
if I said I launched, my apologies. I created an MVP. I didn't launch it. I just wanted to see my idea in physical form and work it out. And then I realized I was a little bit, well, way over my head. So I reached out to experts and I, started talking to some developers and met with a WVU and worked out from there.
Great, great. And how are you different from mind mapping applications like the Brain and Mind Manager?
Okay, so mind mapping and note-taking apps, what they're focusing on is an individual thing. I want to take the idea from the spark, right, from the beginning to the end. I want to help you not only write it down, but I want to take you to the end product. I want to see what you want to do. When I wrote my first book, when I did all the research I had to do to figure out how to write it, to edit it and do that, I did that all by myself, and it's a very cumbersome thing to do. You had to search thousands of websites to find one that's going to give you the best idea how to do these things. So what I would like to do is create if we could go back, please, what I would like to do is create an ecosystem. That's what I'm proposing. I'm sorry, I should hit on this a little bit more earlier, but the ecosystem that I'm proposing will be right here. So if you look to your left, let me highlight this. If you look to your left, right here below that, so we have funding assistance, collaboration, sparks, tutorials, competitions, templates, network, marketplace, and Veterans Creative Hub. So what I'm looking to is I'm trying to build an ecosystem for creatives. That's what I like to do. So if people need resources, they just come here. So if they're a writer, if they're an artist, I'm going to focus on writers. So if they're a writer, they can come here and get this stuff, the information right here. That's what I'm trying to do.
I would like to thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you.
First of all. And can you kind of maybe help me understand the ideal of or the profile of an ideal customer, for you? Because I want to be able to connect that.
So it would be, so the market's large and it's going to grow. So I'm looking for anybody that's looking to foster their creativity, where they're going to use the note-taking app to. Everyone has their phone on them, right? So we're going to use their note-taking app or Spark to capture what inspires them. So it could be an article, it could be a video or what have you, and you enter it and you save it. And later when you have time, you go to refine it. So I'm looking for anybody who's looking for that. But what sets me apart and what I think is important is I'm trying to create the ecosystem. I'm trying to create a place where creatives can hang out with each other. And if you need help, with patent, one of the things that I'm interested in is I have 3 or 4 inventions that I'm working on now, but I don't have all the information that I need. So I'm trying to create a place where people can reach out and do that. And I have a couple other business models, and I'm working on a couple other apps too. So I have a whole bunch of things. So if I'm looking for somebody, it's probably deep thinkers, and somebody that's trying to maybe organize all their thoughts. Like I said, I have 6.5 million words, and it's scattered all over the place. It's on notebooks, it's in my computer, it's on my emails, it's in Word documents, and I'm trying to consolidate all these. And I know there's a few of them out there, but I don't think any of them are trying to take it from point A to point B, from beginning to end, to finish it.
Have you, I always ask questions about, how do we get this to revenue? And so have you looked at it at all as far as how you're going to do the software development and what that may entail or cost-wise? And then also, how are you charging the users? And then would there be advertising on this platform?
So I think that advertising is a good way to make money, but it's invasive. And so if you're in the middle of creating an app or writing something, like having ads coming up and distracting you is a problem to me. So we'll have a different type of ad. It'll be focused ads. So if I'm a writer, it'll be nothing but writer. If I'm a photographer, it'll be nothing but photography. If I'm an artist, and what have you. But if the year one, if I get 2%, so I'm looking at the ARP, so the average revenue per user, if we do $5 per year with 2%, that's about $120,000. These are really conservative numbers, they're really low. So it's $607,000 if I could get $5 per user per year. Now at 99 cents per user per month, we can get up to $1.4 million, and that's with 2%, so that's $120,000. And then 3% gets us up to $180,000, and 4% will get us up to $250,000. That's where the bigger numbers start. So, of course, like anything, it's exponential. So you get the more you get, it works like that. Is that?
Yeah, no, you answered the question great.
Thank you.
You mentioned people being able to store their ideas, which is great because my brain is about like that. And I write it all over the place, and I never make any sense of it. So kudos to you for doing so. Is there any opportunity where that information might be made public or possibly stored so that police or FBI could see it? Or, I mean, is there any kind of risk there, or is it all going to be on the user's phone?
Well, short of a warrant, I don't think, no, there's no way no one's going to get to it. It's end-to-end encryption, and that is the big thing about it. Like, privacy is important. Privacy and security, I think that is important. A lot of these ideas, I don't like sharing my ideas because I'm afraid, and it might be irrational, but it's a true feeling. I don't want to talk about things because I'm afraid someone's going to steal it and take it. And I want to make sure that it's focused. And the actual, I would like to create a desktop version where it's not connected to the internet. So where it just downloads to a computer that's not connected to the internet, and you can finalize and work through that, and then when you're finished, you can export it.
Top 3 features of your MVP. What is it that actually your product include?
Okay, so one of the things, everybody, if there's musicians or writers or artists in here, you know there's a thing called a flow state, right? So I operate under I coined a term called it's extreme flow state, but it's simultaneous creation. So if you're creating something, I'm often reading something and I'm writing, and if I'm writing, I get inspired by something else. And so what I'm doing at the same time is I need to go to another thing to write a business idea or an invention from that, so I keep doing it. So one of the things I'm going to do is focus on simultaneous creation, where you can pivot while you're creating one thing, if these sparks of inspiration come to you. So you just keep going. We're going to do an ethics engine where we can keep things truthful, because there's not a lot of truth out there. So if somebody wants to turn it on, they can turn it on, and we're going to work with sorry about that.
And up next, we have Cyber Cups.
Test. Oh, wow. So you guys speak loud. Okay. All right. I think we're good now. Okay, wonderful. All right. About ready to go. Ready? Yep. Do I have to switch the display? Okay. Gotcha. Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Marshawn Kelly.
And I'm Jonathan Williams.
And today, we are here to unveil to you a tale of danger, innovation, and a quest for nightlife safety, and a saga we like to call Cyber Cups. Now, I want each and every one of you to imagine a world where the lurking threat of drink spiking overshadows the joy of socializing. To back myself up, there's been a recent study that shows that 44% of men and 56% of women have been spiked. And of that percentile, 37% have been spiked multiple times.
Now, West Virginia is truly wonderful, but it's been getting a little bit too wild recently. A recent survey that we've conducted has determined that 96% have consumed alcohol in the past year. And of that, 61% have known a victim of spiking. This leaves 30% at home yearning for safety instead of going out.
And our competitors, they're fighting the same battle using the same tactics. From fingernail polish, drink testing kits, drink covers, they are all reactive measures that fail when you turn your back.
So say goodbye to these outdated relics of the past. Say hello to our innovative, proactive solution, the S-Cup. Our cup uses our universal technology that allows it to be controlled by a smart device, such as your phone. Once you're done drinking, simply put the lid back on the cup, put it into lockdown mode with a press of a button, and now no one is opening this cup or even tampering with it without setting it off.
Over the past year, we've made significant strides into refining our design, and we are now close to a final product. With that said, we took advantage of the iCorp Initiative class and delved into the psyche of our demographic, college students who crave the freedom of the night but are shackled by fear. And those findings, well, those college students prefer going out to house parties, friend gatherings, and of course bars. We've learned that social media marketing will be most effective into attaining the attention of our demographic. We've learned of some new possible channels. And last, there's lack of resources given to universities to educate students on the importance of drink safety. But on the other hand, that path, it does come with some challenges. Like, for example, Jonathan, how are we going to address bar adoption?
Well, Marshawn, we will work with bar owners personally to facilitate the adoption of our technology.
Okay, and then what happens if they misplace their S-Cup?
Well, you can now go to our app and simply ping it.
As you can see, we've strategized and plotted, and we are now ready to partner with establishment and services to ensure that the S-Cup becomes a beacon of safety.
Our marketing strategy is two-pronged: a direct assault on the market through our website and Amazon, and a more strategic alliance through airports, universities, and retail titans such as Target. Now, our target market, that would be the lifeblood of house parties and gatherings, college students. We know that our possibilities are endless, but we will start our crusade in West Virginia before we set our eyes on horizons far beyond.
A team of 14 that operates as a tight-knit unit, leveraging each other's strengths, working towards a common goal. And whether that's brainstorming new ideas, troubleshooting challenges, or celebrating success, our team embodies the spirit of innovation, resilience, and camaraderie. And we envision the future of the S-Cup to allow people to socialize safely. But before we get into the future, we have to look at where we're at right now, which is positioning ourselves for the market. With that said, roughly around $7,000 will allow us to finish our app and website development, while $4,000 will allow us to obtain a provisional patent. Next, another $6,900 will allow us to kickstart our marketing efforts, and then we can commence a small manufacturing run out into the market to receive invaluable feedback with our early adopters to conclude with a finalized design.
Join us, and we can turn the tide of the real darkness against. We're gonna stop it. Stay safe, smart, and secure with Cyber Cups. Thank you, and we invite you to ask any questions.
There we go. I have a practical question, and I must have missed it in all the presentation and stuff that I've looked at. But how, if you're drinking and you don't want to put the cap on every time, I mean, do you have to put the cap on and press the button after every sip?
You will have to do that, but we have heard of your concerns as well, too. That's why our engineers, we are currently working on a model to where at the press of the button, there will be a flap, slide right on over, and relieve the need of the cap.
It should be noted that the cup is just a standard cup until you put it into a lockdown mode. See, it's not going off at all. It stays default locked until you press it.
Exactly.
I have probably a couple of questions.
Sure.
So if someone, is there something in there that tells you that someone's messed with the drink? So if I walk away from it for 10 seconds and the lid's off just like you have it there.
It's going to alert your smart device. That's
Okay.
where's the proactive solution for it. So if you have a smart device on you, it'll send a notification to your application, and it'll let you know that your drink has been tampered with. Ultimately, up from there, I would hope that you still don't consume the beverage from it.
Yeah, what's the vehicle, though, that's notified? Like, how do you know that anything was tampered with at all? Like, I'm worried about like a false alarm type of situation. Like, is it just measure? Is it looking at is there an eye in there that looks a little liquid? Is it something that you could patent?
Right. Right. No, there's no eye in there at all. The simple mechanism just works simply by if you put it into lockdown mode and the tamper does go off, it's just letting you know that you're not the registered designated user, excuse me, for the device.
But that's if the lid's on it,
Yes.
correct? But if you left it like that, there'd be no way to know. Is that correct? Okay. And then the other question I had for this, if you looked in what the cost is to manufacturing, or you're still working on that?
Yes, no, we have worked into the cost of the manufacturing. So currently, our product cost is going to be roughly around $49.89, and that's with our partners of Avcom, SMT. They are a manufacturing company. Now, that obviously includes commercialization as well, too. Obviously, they provide us with the manufacturing material, so that way they can produce it. And ultimately, our retail price is going to be roughly around $99.89.
Great presentation, and definitely a problem we're solving. I was shocked by the statistics that 40, 50, 60% of the people have been spiked. I'm not sure that this particular product iteration, I actually liked some of your competitors that you mentioned having like a chemical coating that would detect it. That would be a really interesting direction to go. But my question is primarily around whatever product it is that you land on. What's going to be your method of distribution? Because your submission that you said initially was to go through nightclubs, and I think you're probably going to have a long selling cycle and a lot of churn if you do that.
I want to correct you right there. So last year we came out here, we went with a top-down approach. We're not doing that. We're going from a bottom-up approach. We are selling directly to college students, again, who prefer going out to house parties and friend gatherings. When we work with bars, we are going to be working with the bars to check the user's beverage, so that way, they don't get hit with any type of legal fees or anything like that. So ultimately, once again, we're going to be offering workshop trainings to those bars to ensure that that designated user can bring their S cup into their establishment. We're not selling directly to bars, at least not quite yet.
How do you personalize each cup? If everybody in the university using that cup, how do I know is my cup or someone else's cup?
That's, again, just from the ping feature as well, too. So if you're out with a group of your friends and you're confused over which cup is yours, I just locked the phone, sorry about that. You can simply ping it, and that'll let you know which cup is yours.
But how are you doing that technically? Is there, or are you not going to tell us, which is
Yeah,
okay?
no.
I'm an IP
I'm
lawyer.
not saying, I can't say that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no disclosure. I was curious if you were going to register this with the college licensing board or whatever that is, that you could then use all of the college logos on there and get it through Barnes & Noble and other places.
Yes, and that is part of our strategy as well, too. Once again, solidifying those partnerships with set universities. Now, obviously, we would like to go with student organizations such as fraternities and sororities, but ultimately, we would like to work with deans as well, too, so that way we can get the licensing to these universities, and they can resell it even as well, too.
I've been to a few mug nights in my life, and I've seen everything from 5-gallon buckets to to whatever. But I guess my question is, this is kind of different, right? So how have you tested the market to see if students will actually maybe they put it in a purse to get it there, maybe they just put it in their back pocket. I don't know, but it seems like it's going to take a little bit of a learning curve to adopt this. So how have you tested the market to make sure there's a demand?
So we have given it out, we know that it's a demand based off of the statistics that we have, and we've included that with the documentations of what we submitted earlier. Secondly, to answer your second question, we have handed this out to a few of our select friends, roughly around 20. And originally, we started out by them complaining about the size. As you can see, we have various sizes. They've also, of course, mobility. They don't want to have to carry around a big giant cup by their hand. So that's why we've included the adoption of a handle for easy use and care for mobility purposes. Next, we've also learned as well, too, that people like to customize and put their own creativity onto an S cup. So as you can see right here for showcasing purposes, this demonstrates that we will have a feature in place so people can customize their own designated S cup.
So I'd also encourage you to check out a company called Constellation Brands.
Okay.
They own a lot of the beverage industry. Specialty beverage has been kind of taking off, so there's a lot of corporations that are doing investments, so you might consider going that direction.
I appreciate that.
Partners.
Thank you. We got any other questions? We still got 1 minute left. Thank you.
Okay, and we're back. Let's give a big round of applause to the Tech and Innovation category. That was phenomenal. All right, and I would like to, next slide, please. I would like to just revisit really quickly. We had a couple of folks live donating to the fund, so I just wanted to address another big round of applause and say thank you to all of our donors. So maybe just one more big round of applause for all of the folks that have donated. Thank you so much. Not only the funds, but your time and effort. I'd also like to thank our judges. So at this time, I am going to have all of our judges, and we have on the next slide which room and who you are going to follow. So the advisory council, you are going with me and Christian, and we're going to take the trophy and figure out where that's going. Main Street judges, you will be going to Hall 8 with Bella right here. And Tech and Innovation judges, you are going to Hall 9 with Claire right here. So thank you all very much, and we will have the awards 8 o'clock tonight in this room. So we will see you soon. Thank you.
You're fine.
If I could have your attention, please. If you are going to be doing a pitch with the Hayhurst group, please come up to the stage. We'd like to give you a tutorial on the advanced remote and how to use the microphones properly. Again, if you're getting ready to do a pitch for the Hayhurst portion of today, please come up to the stage so we can show you how to use the presenter's remote and give you a walkthrough on the microphones. Appalachia. My friend Sarah Stacy was at a sporting club. You guys forgot that.
Jared Masters. He went, I think he went.
Coming up, tech cam. All right, is this pretty much everybody? Do we know? I think so. All right, guys, real super simple stuff here. This is going to be our fancy presenter's remote, very industrial. The big green button goes forward, the little red button goes backwards. This button right here is how you can take down an airplane, any other sort of things, you know, maybe shine at the sun, get a little another clicks going on. Other than that, that covers the presenter's remote. Microphones, these are where it's getting fun. If you're down here and you're doing this is what you're going to sound like. If you're up here and you're doing this is what you're going to sound like. The closer we are to the microphones, the better we are going to be able to pick you up. The harder I have to try to pick you up, the more likely we are for feedback. And don't use it as a pointing stick. I've seen people try to talk, you know, my man's down here, 10 gallon. Is that 5 gallon? 7.5? Working up to 10. So yeah, just make sure we're nice and audible talking to the microphone and we're going to be great.
If one of us is not, since we have some people have multiple presenters.
So I've got 3 microphones up here. You're going to have one on the podium, and then you're going to have 2 on the table. Another thing that I would ask is please don't turn off the microphones whenever you exit the stage. It embarrasses me because I have to yell across the room.
He has to go from being in the background to the foreground.
Yes, I would like to be behind the camera, not in front of the camera. But other than that, you all should be good to go. Is there any questions for anybody? It does not. As long as, yep, I'll have them all unmuted, and then the way I'll do it is once you start talking the one, I'll mute the other one. And that will also get that opportunity for feedback down some for us.
It's like a 2-second delay and then it goes green.
And then you're good to me.
Hello.
Yep.
There's my guy.
Are we ready? We're ready. Well, good afternoon. I'm Ann Jones. I'm the director of the Morris L. Hayhurst Launch Lab. It's my honor to welcome you to the very first Hayhurst Invitational Business Pitch Competition. This event, funded by the Hayhurst family, is based on the knowledge that within our state, there are amazing businesses that can accelerate their growth and pursue their next. They can accelerate their growth and they have potential, right? With a financial boost, these businesses, they can grow, they can pursue their next big idea. Now, the Hayhurst family is going to help this dream come true for 2 businesses today. Through their generosity, with a second prize of $50,000 and a first prize of $100,000. These 5 finalists that you will see are part of an elite group of businesses that have been identified by economic leaders from around the state. And I urge you to look at the businesses highlighted on flyers on your tables. These innovative entrepreneurs are creating jobs, they're winning awards, and they're showing our youth that you can have a successful business and still call the Mountain State your home. So, as you can imagine, our judges have their work cut out for them. We have, as judges, Michelle O'Connor. Michelle serves as the director of Innova Commercialization, an initiative spearheaded by the High Technology Foundation, dedicated to fostering entrepreneurial successes and launching new ventures. Innova Commercialization stands at the forefront of business support services and seed and early stage investment capital programs. We also have Dr. Carrie White. Dr. White is the co-founder of Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Experts, an ecosystem consulting company identifying early-stage entrepreneurs and connecting them with resource providers in the West Virginia entrepreneurship ecosystem. Carrie helps to provide resources and networking support for those engaged in idea generation and development right through the commercialization process. And we have President Brad D. Smith. President Smith serves as the 38th president of Marshall University, a position he assumed in January 22. He's the first alumnus in the university's 186-year history to serve as its president. Brad is also the co-founder of the Wing to Wing Foundation, which he co-founded with his wife, Elise. The foundation provides increased access and support for education, entrepreneurship, and the environment, with the goal of unlocking economic and lifestyle prosperity for West Virginia and beyond. And our final judge is Jorge Atiles. Dr. Atiles is Dean of Extension and Engagement. He is also responsible for WVU Extension across all of West Virginia's 55 counties. He oversees other units, including the Fire Service Extension, WVU Safety and Health Extension, the WVU Center for Community Engagement, and Dean Atiles also led the university in gaining its Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, its Innovation and Economic Prosperity designation. So let's go to the rules. Each business is going to have 5 minutes to present. Our judges will have 5 minutes for Q&A. A gentle reminder for you out there, only the judges are allowed to ask questions. So let's get on with the show. Our first team pitching today is Mountain Steer.
This thing, yeah. We got a countdown.
Do we get a countdown?
Yeah, we do.
Oh. Hi, I'm James Tuckwiller.
This isn't working. Sorry about that. I'm Frank Ford, by the way.
You said hit the green button, right? Someone sabotaged.
All right, we'll try her again. There we go. All right, we'll get another countdown.
Okay. Hi, I'm James Tuckwiller.
And I'm Frank Ford, and we are Mountain Steer Meat Company, and we know beef.
Frank and I are 5th and 8th generation ranchers, and this is what we do. We support local ranchers, we buy the highest quality beef, and we help educate the youth in agriculture. Mountain Steer Meat Company, once procuring the locally raised, high-quality beef, takes that product back to our processing facility for further production. We produce it into burger, steaks, roasts. Once that is done, we then distribute it to school systems, local restaurants, through our retail space, and through e-commerce.
We maintain our level of excellence by using traditional methods with modernized technology. We dry age all of our beef, which results in a much more tender and flavorful cut of beef. We also work with the USDA American Marketing Service with camera grading. This allows us to officially market the high caliber of beef that we do purchase and process. In 2022, they invited us to be a part of their pilot program out of 10 processing plants across the country. This pilot program in 2023 was then released to the public, and we led that charge. We also use carcass ultrasound. We do this to ensure that each calf that we process and purchase meets our high standards of carcass genetics. We sell beef through e-commerce. This not only brings in dollars out of state to West Virginia, but it also allows us to showcase what West Virginia can provide. We also we open the bottleneck with custom processing. Custom processing is a dying service in West Virginia. With the addition of the abattoir, which we'll touch here in a second, we're able to offer that service. It also adds a new customer market, and it allows us to diversify our revenue stream that's already pretty vast. In 2023, we purchased a little over $500,000 in locally raised cattle. Those dollars went straight to the farmer's pocket. We also supplied 225,000 student lunches in West Virginia. We made a little over $100,000 in net profit, and we created 5 new jobs in Greenbrier County. With the $100,000, we're able to increase our cattle procurement by 71%, resulting in $933,000 going to those farmers' pockets. We're also increasing our student lunches to $315,000, drastically increasing our net profits to a little under $700,000 and creating 3 extra jobs in our home county.
As you can see, in 2020, when we first started, we started out with just 2 clients. Currently in 2024, we have over 26 clients, and they don't all fit on that page.
Those 26 accounts were using these 4 companies before we stepped in. These 4 companies control over 80% of our nation's beef supply, but COVID shined a light on how fragile that can be. Because these plants were shutting down through COVID, it actually allowed Mountain Steer to start in 2020. These companies only care about quantity. They try to push out as much as possible, which they don't worry about quality. Excuse me. No one cares more about cattle and beef more than cattlemen, and we are cattlemen. The $100,000 will be used to construct an abattoir or a harvest facility attached to our existing processing plant. This timeline is roughly 3 to 4 months, and once the build is complete, we immediately benefit from the build completion. It allows us to be a vertically integrated company. At that point, we have full control from start to finish and everything in between. This investment is also self-sustaining with no additional funding needed. It would be an investment into a permanent brick and mortar.
As you can see, our project is shovel ready. We have the contractors, we have electricians, we have all the license we need. We just need the funding. Let us help strike while iron's hot.
The abattoir not only directly benefits our company, it directly benefits West Virginia ranchers, West Virginia schools, and West Virginia businesses. We plan to grab the bull by the horns and become the future of the West Virginia beef industry. Thank you guys for the opportunity.
Judges, you now have 5 minutes for questions. First of all, technology.
You want my mic?
No, there we go. Got it now. Just takes a second to warm up. This is like the old television I grew up with. Hey, first of all, great job, great presentation, very impressive. You went through a list of potential channels that you sell through. What is the primary channel where you get most new customers to scale from 2 to 26?
A majority of our customers are school systems. I'd say 60% of our 26 accounts are county schools. We supply not just one school, but it's actually the whole entire county. We're up to about 8. I'd say next is restaurants. We have a lot of local restaurants in our area that like to work with us. We're also branching out to Tamarack, the Boy Scout camp up here at the Summit Betchel Reserve, and many more. So we have a lot of plans to expand those too. The remaining are our retail shop, which brought in roughly $200,000 last year, our first year of brick and mortar. And we also have a plan put in place now. We're just waiting on it to kind of develop with a more in-depth marketing campaign for our website.
Great, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Nice presentation, you guys.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll pretend like I don't know anything about your industry. And can you explain briefly what an abattoir is?
So you can go for that.
Yeah. So briefly, an abattoir is a harvesting facility. So we bring the cattle in live, and then it happens, and then the cattle is in a carcass form for processing.
Okay, and my second question is, what are the threats to your industry right now?
I would say the willingness to pay for higher priced beef when the market goes up. Beef is a commonly eaten protein, so I don't think the interest is going to go away, but the cost of that beef, I would say, is our biggest threat. Right now, cattle prices are the highest in history ever of the cattle market. We've been working through that with, because our target customer cares more about the quality of their food, more so than the dollar figure added to that. It's allowed us to thrive even through this crazy cattle market. And on your, to better explain what an abattoir is, it's French for slaughterhouse. So it sounds a little bit kinder than that word. So the process from live calf to carcass, what happens in the middle, as I'm sure you all can understand, that's what we do in that abattoir.
Good presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Given how much you plan to increase with this investment, do you have any issues of being able to source feedstock?
I'm really glad you asked that question. Greenbrier County has the highest population of beef cattle in the entire state. We are surrounded around generational farmers, including ourselves, that with this high-priced market, out west in the Midwest, they decided to sell a lot of their females, so the supply went down. In our area, we're not looking to make a dollar on a crazy high market. We're in this for the long game. So there are, I want to say it's 36,000 head just in Greenbrier County. So cattle is flush, and inventory will never be an issue.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, guys. You did a very good job. And most of the questions I had have been answered. So I'm going to make up a new one.
Good. We'll answer it.
So this is, let's say you got the 100,000. You got that one-time investment to get that harvesting abattoir ready.
sir.
What is your next investment?
I would say our next investment is into feedlots. As we grow, we want to take somewhat control over the cattle that do come through. We are actually relying on, I want to say it's 4 to 5, depending, cattle ranches around our plant to supply us with cattle now. Eventually, we want to kind of dive into the carcass genetics and high marbling, high intramuscular fat by breeding the highest marbled bull with the highest marbled cow. We want to dive into that. I would say that is one of our future investments. The second investment I would say is into people. As we grow, we will need to hire more employees eventually. So I think our investment into those skilled employees will be really beneficial to our growth.
Do I have time for one? Okay. So you mentioned that the USDA partnered with you on the graphing and the mapping. How were you guys chosen out of all of the places in the U.S.?
It's a really funny story. I'll try to be quick. So I found out about camera grading online. We were looking into, I called a bunch of people. Yeah.
Next up is Stone Tower Coffee.
Thanks, Frank. Great job. Thank you. Great job.
Oh, where's it at?
This July makes a decade since the doors first opened at our first cafe in downtown Fairmont, known as the Joe. On a shoestring budget, we transformed a dilapidated little building into a community hub using a back porch roaster and some passion. Since then, we've developed our brand, Stone Tower Brews, and launched 3 additional stores, bringing a love for transformation with us to new places in West Virginia. Throughout this process, we've created 100 jobs, launched an app, and made friends with local breweries, all while supplying wholesale accounts across the state. We provide the caffeine to get through the day, pour the pints to share with good friends, and we also curate the third space used by students and professionals to work. We believe in community over competition, that collabing with local artists and other small businesses helps everyone, and that a thriving community is one that shares its successes.
In the heart of downtown Fairmont lies an unassuming little building that serves as a powerhouse for all of our coffee operations. It's an 800 square foot car garage turned roastery where we roast, hand package, and deliver over 1,000 pounds of coffee per week. Every day feels like Christmas in this space. From the overabundance of packing supplies to the random items strewn about the floor, walking through the space on a hectic day often feels reminiscent to an episode of the TV show Hoarders. This space here is extremely small, so we're unable to fit everything in that we need to. So we have to use off-site climate-controlled storage in order to house these items. Traveling back and forth creates wasted time, which is difficult for us on a day-to-day basis. The place is uninviting here for the public and unproductive for employee trainings, so we're unable to utilize it in the ways that we'd like. Also, we only have 1 production roaster, which means 1 single point of failure for the entire company. And until that's resolved, there's always a possibility that roasting operations could go down completely.
Luckily, our solution isn't far away, and it brings us back to our roots, the revitalization of a historic building. Less than a block away from our current roastery sits the Firehouse. It was built in 1912, and it served the city in many ways, but now it's vacant, waiting for its next chapter. With each floor, we have a dream and a plan to solve our current issues, push us into the future, and tie us into the community in new ways.
Let me paint you a picture. The first floor of the Firehouse there now runs as our new state-of-the-art coffee roastery space. The doors are open, welcoming in the community to be a part of the experience. This is why we do what we do. The first and second floors are buzzing now that community operations such as Main Street Fairmont and the West Virginia Land Stewardship Corporation work together to revitalize the economy both on a local and state level. Additionally, on the second floor, we will bring something to the state that doesn't exist at all. That is a state-of-the-art coffee roasting training lab. This training lab will serve us to be able to bring our coffee teachings to our highest degree to anybody who's interested. And that will be from origin to roasting to the final nuances of the cut profile.
Our current timeline has us launching these projects by summer 2026. We also don't want to be short-sighted with our vision for the Firehouse. Our 5-year plan is to transform the top floor into a high-end restaurant with a rooftop bar overlooking the city's $1 million bridge.
As with any old building, the Firehouse comes with its own hurdles. Being built in 1912, it contains asbestos and lead that need to be addressed. The city of Fairmont currently owns the building, but because they created the contamination, they're ineligible for grant funding for the abatement. That's where our relationship with the West Virginia Land Stewardship Corporation comes into play. They serve as a statewide land bank that the city of Fairmont can transfer the property to. Once it's in their possession, we can get to work securing a $500,000 EPA brownfield cleanup grant. It's worth noting that up until this point, they have a 100% success rate in obtaining those grants. Once that's done, once the cleanup is complete, we'll get to work bringing funding together, hopefully from the foundation, from the invitational, as well as our own equity and different West Virginia programs like the Capital Access Program and Economic Development Authority programs.
But wait, there's more.
So you might think, if we're moving the roastery up to this space, what's going to happen with that other building? It's just going to be another empty building in downtown Fairmont. Well, as soon as that happens, we begin the build out of a 2-barrel brew house and the newest brand in our operations, Stone Tower Brew Lab, adding revenue to our top line, adding jobs in brewing, distribution, and taproom operations, and really just making us more vertical all around. This whole competition has lit a fire under this project for us, and $100,000 from the Hayhurst Invitational would become the catalyst to make everything happen.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit over.
Judges, your 5 minutes for questions begins now.
Oh, they want me to start. So thank you, and congratulations for having big dreams. This is really exciting. You are in a great location there with great potential, and you're really aspiring for a lot, which is great, because we need to be able to believe that we can, reach the peak of our mountains. I'm curious as to how are you projecting your potential revenue to be able to take care of the expenses that will undoubtedly be there. You do get the money, right, from EPA, let's say, you are able to abate, and then you have to rebuild, you have to remodel, you have to establish, and also pay whatever rent you're going to be paying, all of that. So tell me a little bit about your thought process there.
Right. So one of the reasons that we are even looking for a new roastery space is because, as Tyler mentioned, that roastery is just so small. We currently have 4 locations across north central West Virginia, and we've been reached out to from people in Beckley, Huntington, the other side of Morgantown, even clear up into Washington, PA, and we would love to expand. Problem is, if we do it now, we're just going to collapse our support system. So really, the building out of the roastery and the firehouse is more of building up that support level so that everything else can succeed above it. And so the revenues from the stores, each store that we open adds about 20 jobs. It also adds about $150,000 a year in revenue up to the parent company and coffee sales, and then on top of that, management fees and everything else.
Good job. So as you look to work with the City of Fairmont and the Land Trust to rebuild out the firehouse, is there any other conversations, because any of us who have been to the Feast of the Seven Fishes knows that that's a street in Fairmont that needs a lot of love. What else is going on? What other conversations are you having so that that impact is significant?
Oh, I love this question. So on top of just being a downtown Fairmont business owner, I also sit on the board for Main Street Fairmont. And so that downtown revitalization is a thing that we are passionate about. And so on the street where the firehouse sits, the city planner is currently working on a streetscape program. Next to it is an old building that burned down probably about 8 years ago, but it's still got a big, beautiful facade hanging in there. And so the city is actually right now reviewing the contract to go in and clean that up, support the facade, and create a public space there where people can just come and hang out. And then we would kind of help maintain control over that space. And then even further down, the city is currently working on a green space program to essentially put in kind of a pavilion where we can facilitate markets and things like that better. So, thank you.
Yeah, great job, you guys. It sounds like you have a lot of different potential funding sources, which is good because it's a big project. How will you utilize the $100,000 and how will you best capitalize on that?
Right. So the the first way the $100,000 gets used is to make us even more competitive for that grant, right? When we go to the EPA, we want to be able to say, hey, we want this 500,000, but also, hey, we've got $100,000 from this lined up, plus our own equity, plus we've worked with West Virginia Capital to develop a plan, and then our bank has already signed off, and we've got these plans, and we've got the financing already in line, we're ready. Second way is once the remediation is done, then we actually begin the build out of the roasting space. So the actual warehouse area is probably most directly where that money will go.
Incredible, bold vision, revitalization, purpose and community driven, clear revenue streams. Where do you have your least amount of confidence? What's the thing that keeps you awake at night?
The caffeine.
For the last month, it's been
definitely.
this. Shoot, that's a good question. Nobody else has been asked one that tough. What keeps me up at night is just making sure that the people that work for us have a steady job that is meaningful and that they are valued. That is my biggest concern. And so we could easily be more profitable, but it would come at the sacrifice of the people that I'm not willing to sacrifice. So that's what keeps me up at night, is I don't have kids, I have 100 employees that I have to worry about.
10 seconds or so. Anyone wants a quick question? Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Next up is Lost Creek Farm.
Let's see here. Where's the arrow? There's no arrow. No cursor from the pad.
Yeah, it went off the screen there.
Yeah, yeah.
We'll let you.
Hello, I'm Mike Costello. I'm a chef and a farmer at Lost Creek Farm in Harrison County. With my partner, Amy, we've built a world-class dining destination, and we are redefining Appalachian food. Our on-farm experiences are incredibly popular, and we have momentum, but we need to expand our facilities in order to grow, and 100,000 would let us grow immediately. When we moved to the farm, we didn't have much money, but we had a vision. And we were rich in seeds and recipes and knowledge from our families. And that was enough to build a destination for our own food heritage. So a couple nights a week, dozens of guests come to our farmhouse for Amy's cornbread and Aunt Flota's dumplings and those heirloom tomatoes right from our garden. But what really brings people to Lost Creek Farm and what keeps people coming back is the story of what this food means to the people of this place. And in every single dish, I will tell you something meaningful, maybe about those communion wafers my grandma used to make by hand, or maybe about this red corn from a farmer right over that mountain. In the many hands that pass down this cuisine to us, there are infinite stories that make us proud as West Virginians and make us marketable as a business. And Amy and I both grew up watching Appalachian poverty be stigmatized and stereotyped by stories that came from somewhere else. And since food can reflect our economic status, we've lost a lot of food traditions as a result. Now, before we started this business, we had a rather eye-opening experience when we went to Spain and we saw people were stoked about saltfish and smoked sausage and the jamon that reminded us of Amy's mom's country ham. The very same dishes that West Virginians were running from were a marketable source of national pride. The only difference between pride and shame in that food was the story being told and what it represented. So as entrepreneurs, we said what would happen if we built a business here around a new, a different, a more empowering story of West Virginia food. And our idea kind of took off. It was novel, and it got immediate national traction. We launched in 2016, and by 2017, Anthony Bourdain was sitting in our front yard. Every bit of national attention we get sparks local pride in our food heritage and brings attention to Lost Creek Farm as a visit-worthy destination. Last year, our entire season sold out in 15 minutes. This year, 12 minutes. Last year, we had people come from 39 different states and several countries. And these weren't folks passing through Lost Creek. No, they bought their tickets early and they planned entire West Virginia vacations around this very experience. So it's good. We're putting tourism dollars into the economy. We're supporting local farmers, but we cannot keep up with demand because we have limited seating capacity. And without a commercial kitchen on the farm, we have to drive every single day to an off-site rental kitchen that's 30 minutes away. But we have a plan to grow. We're going to expand our kitchen, get it certified. We're going to double the amount of seats we can fill each night. And with a modest expansion to our farmhouse, we're going to increase revenue, increase profit, and lower our cost of goods sold because it makes us more efficient and it cuts down on our travel time, giving us more time to do more business. Now, we're going to grow by adding more events, by hosting more events more often, and adding new products, profitable products like weddings and corporate retreats to get us started. And that growth means stability for the dozens of local farmers we support. It means new staff, including our first ever full-time employees. And this is not some wishful speculation. This right here is business we have to turn down because we don't have capacity. And a lot of our project budget is already covered, but Amy and I are hyper-focused on that $200,000 just for construction. Now with our numbers, our bank says we can easily get approved, but our challenge is collateral because Amy's family entrusted us with this farm, and they're only comfortable with us borrowing about $100,000 from the house with collateral against the house. So we're on track for $50,000 more through crowdfunding this year, and that Hayhurst Award would immediately close the gap. It would make it so that I could pick up the bank tomorrow morning and say, let's do this, we're ready to go. I want to leave you with this list of the 2022 James Beard Award nominees. On that list, you'll see lots of well-funded restaurants in big cities, and then you'll see us without funding, without a kitchen to even call our own. Imagine what we can do with resources to grow.
Judges, those 5 minutes begin now.
You make us proud.
Thank you so much.
We should reclaim the narrative, and you're doing a great job of that.
Thank you.
I loved the self-funding and the crowdsourcing, and then you talked about the collateral from the home. How long will it take for you to pay that off at the current revenue projections you have?
Well, with our current revenue without the award, we have a 10-year loan that we've put into our projections, and that's attainable for us. We have extra profit that we could put towards a loan if we wanted to pay it back quicker, and actually that is a strategy for Amy and I, is to pay it back as quickly as possible because we want to invest in other things like lodging at the farm to make those experiences more profitable.
Good job. That was my next question is, so you get done with this phase, what's phase 2, what's phase 3, and then your story reflects a lot of a similar story from a kitchen up in Maine. And so they've kind of diversified their income through other retail opportunities.
Yeah.
And I saw retail on there. What's phase 2, phase 3 for you?
Yeah, that's a good question. So retail right now for us is stuff that people buy in person when they come to visit, but long term, we have a vision for retail that can grow infinitely beyond our capacity at the farm. So we're talking about maybe a line of value-added farm products. Our merchandise is rather popular, so those things we can really expand. Right now, it just comes down to capacity and time, and we're not there yet.
Yeah, I was kind of going in that same direction too. Long-term sustainability plan. You know, at some point you're going to want to probably back away and have others take over. What does that look like for you?
Well, I think it is a good question because, you know, Amy and I, we know we're, you know, not going to be there forever, but this business is, you know, it's inspiring to young people, even to our young staff who might one day want to take it over. So one thing that we've really felt lucky and inspired by is that we realized when we launched this business what a need for this there was and how many people were ready to kind of step in and help us take the next step. And maybe they're the ones that sort of take over the Lost Creek Farm at some point too. But investing in staff and really building positions of leadership to keep the dream alive, I think, is our long-term strategy.
So congratulations on bringing back pride in the vernacular foods of Appalachia.
Thank you so much.
What does a year look like for you?
A year?
Yeah.
Well, right now, a year is challenging because we can sort of only focus on the busiest seasons. You know, and then the shoulder seasons, we sort of build it out. So our busy season, I should say our prime season for our events runs from May through November. And then those shoulder seasons in early spring, in late fall, we do things that don't necessarily depend on the seasonality of ingredients, things like workshops. We do a lot of consulting, sort of like some virtual teaching, that sort of stuff. But with this facility and being able to expand our dining capacity, we'll expand our year-round capacity, because right now we have to turn down a lot of, like, say, holiday events and those sort of things that people want us to do.
Would you remind me how much capacity are you planning to add, and
So
what
we're
would
gonna-
that turn into in terms of funding?
So we're going to double our capacity almost. So right now we have about 20 to 24 seats. The new facility will add so we can seat at least 40 a night. And our inputs as a food business in terms of staff and ingredients, they reduce rather quickly when you're talking about jumping from 20 to 40 people. You know, we can make those events a lot more profitable, and especially because we'll be able to do things like sell alcohol, which we can't do right now. Alcohol is exponentially more profitable than food sales alone.
You mentioned educational courses. Are you talking about food prep, or can you explain a little bit about that?
Yeah, so as leaders in Appalachian food, we have been sought out. We're doing a couple traveling workshops this year. People want to come to the farm, and we make quite a bit of money doing workshops, multi-day workshops. So in Lewisburg, for instance, in a couple weeks, we're going down and doing a sausage making workshop. But we want our vision for workshops at the farm. This is a good shoulder season cash flow opportunity where we can make it an immersive whole farm, on-farm experience. Where you see all the aspects that go into making Appalachian food and what it means to live off the land and embody the food of place. Everything from growing food to preparing it to preserving it long term.
Your forecast includes a lot of unrealized demand where you just can't handle the capacity. What's the biggest leap of faith assumption that's in your forecast that you don't have as much confidence in?
That we don't have as much confidence?
You're spared.
Sorry. All right, You all did amazing. That was really fun to listen to, all of you. Okay.
I'm Liz Simons. I'm the founder and director at Mountainside ABA. So I'm going to spend a couple minutes talking about a type of therapy for children with autism in West Virginia that is changing lives. So applied behavior analysis therapy, ABA therapy, it's evidence-based, it's covered by health insurance companies nationwide, but importantly, it's meaningful and it's fun for the kids that we're working with. It's a treatment for autism. So the need is there in our state. There are about 10,000 children with autism in West Virginia. Of that 10,000, over half have Medicaid. So 5,000 to 7,500 have Medicaid. 4% of these 10,000 are getting ABA services. Less than 1% of the kids with Medicaid are getting ABA services. Our wait lists, all the ABA providers are all over a year. So Medicaid. Mountainside was the first provider to become in network with West Virginia Medicaid, which meant we were teaching them, this is how you process the billing, this is what the codes mean, all of that sort of thing. We're still the leader in ABA that's funded by Medicaid in our state. We have other funders, we have about 15 funders in our company, but most of our clients are funded by Medicaid. Oops, sorry. So we've had significant growth with our clients, our client hours, our employees, our revenue. This is what it's about. So this is Isaiah. He was our first client in the Elkins area to participate in ABA services. And this is his mom, Erin. So Erin called and was like, I want Isaiah in this because the other child there, Noah, also has autism, Isaiah's older brother. And they wanted ABA and it did not exist in our area. They could not access it. So now Isaiah has great conversational skills and meaningful hobbies and great friendships and really awesome coping and social emotional skills. Erin, when I met her, was in an online program pursuing this as her career with no job opportunities. So she's now our regional supervisor for Elkins, and I love this. 2 of her employees are first-generation college grads, while working full-time with us, went right back into grad school, and they're going to be board certified in the next few months. We have been successful because we have a different model that we've created for ABA services. So we have 5 regions of our company. Each region has about 10 employees. Those small teams have a really nice, tight-knit feel. When we are thinking about changes, we make those based on analyses of our wait lists, of our client needs, of our employees' needs, and that tells us what and how and when to change. We've focused on center-based services for our clients. It really matches the schedules and makes this doable. And even though it feels like this nice, tight-knit team of 10, it's backed by the leadership and administrative support of a 47-person company. The future is clearly in Medicaid. Most kids with autism in our state have Medicaid, and Mountainside's already the leader in that. So with funding from the Hayhurst family, we would achieve a significant 12-month acceleration, the primary result of which would be a workforce expansion. We could add in 24 additional full-time jobs. So things like, so in order to serve more clients, we need more employees. Things like Indeed don't cut it in our rural regions. We've tried and analyzed, doesn't work. Word of mouth does. It's not robust enough for 24 people in a year. We would achieve that through this. So we would develop key community partnerships. We need to be accessing potential employees prior to the applying and hiring process starting. So we need to be creating internship sequences, volunteer opportunities, referral systems with mutually beneficial partners. And then that also leads to this increased community outreach. So hosting, promoting, attending local events. Both of those initiatives try to increase recognition and visibility of Mountainside for the families that don't know to ask for this, or the employees that don't know that this is a great career option for them. So those 2 initiatives would utilize 75% of the funding from the Hayhurst family. And then the remaining funding would go towards, we have an amazing team. And so taking our senior employees, sending them out to get these great specialty trainings, then bringing that expertise back in-house. So it enhances client services. And then as Mountainside, so because we've forged this path with Medicaid, other large conglomerates will start moving into our state, right? In the next few years, it's a smoother path. We'll stand out because we offer specialty areas and we'll retain our really talented senior staff. So our need is there. Our business model has been innovative and successful for 7 years. Our funding is solid, but with funding one time from the Hayhurst family, we could really boost this effort for workforce expansion that then immediately serves a larger part of our community, and then we can maintain that for the long term. Thank you.
So thank you. Very important work that you do for the youth and the future of our state, and also for the people who are indirectly and directly affected and benefiting from this. I'm still not quite clear of what you're doing with 75% of the funding if you were to get it, because you're talking about job expansion, right? Adding about 21 jobs, but this is not to pay for the salaries.
No.
So tell me, tell me more, because I don't think I got it.
Yes. So in order to be doing these things, creating community partnerships and doing outreach, that is taking employees who are they're not doing billable service with our client, right? So that's taking an employee and they're reaching out to a community partner to establish that internship sequence. They're reaching out to someone else to host an event that's upcoming. So all of those efforts that they're putting in to do those events, it's basically 2 people's full-time job for a year to put in all of that legwork. We might talk to 80 different community partners to end up with 15, right? Or we might attend 20 different events to find that really 5 of them were incredibly beneficial that we should be replicating. So it's paying 2 employees for a year to put in a lot of time and energy to be focusing on this larger, getting ahead of potential employees.
Okay, so their time and travel, I suppose.
Their time and travel, and then also for events, looking at materials, so if you're signing up for a job fair, having the materials that you need for that. But primarily, it would be paying for 2 employees' time for the next year. But then after that, we don't need to talk to 80 people to have 20 key community partners. We'd be able to maintain it easily within our systems, and in creating more job opportunities, there's no problem in continuing to have those employees.
Thank you.
Yes, I hope that answered it.
So the 2 people who are going to go out and create these relationships, by the way, good job, is that where you're going to pull the 21 new FTEs? Because those are the relationships that you're building to say these are the opportunities like Aaron that they may not know about.
Exactly. So the jobs that we would be creating, they already exist within our company in terms of it's taking 3 of our regions and doubling those regions.
Okay.
So these are behavior technician jobs. We already employ 40 behavior technicians within our 35 behavior technicians in our company. So we know how to train someone in that position. We just need the people to get into those positions, and then we can increase our client services. Yes.
So they could bill for services.
Exactly, yes. And then when you have a higher revenue, as you know, then you can turn it back into your company. So what we've been able to offer our employees is amazing in the last few years. I mean, health insurance, paid time off, competitive salaries, and it's providing these professional career options within our state that are long-term career options. The larger the revenue, the more we can pour that back into our employees, which means we can serve more of our clients.
Anyway, there we go. Okay. So after the $100,000 investment in your new employees, what happens next? How do you pay all these new people?
Yes. So when we provide services, we bill to health insurance companies. And when we do that, we have a contract with each health insurance company. Like I said, most of our funding ends up coming from West Virginia Medicaid. And so just like if you go get an x-ray, right, your doctor then bills the health insurance for that service and they pay the doctor. Same exact idea. And so I'm so proud of her. We have someone who grew in-house to being a billing specialist. She's now the expert ABA biller for Medicaid in West Virginia. So from the time that we provide services to a client, bill to health insurance, and then see that money come back in, it's typically about 30 to 60 days, which is super normal for health insurance funded companies. Yeah, so that's how we pay for the positions, is by billing health insurance for the client's first services.
Awesome job. Love the problem you're tackling. So important. Quick question. You mentioned that eventually large-scale players will move into the market. You feel like you'll be differentiated.
Yeah.
Which of those players do you most admire, and what do they do well that you say, I wish we could get to that point?
Yes. So often it's viewed as this negative thing that these really large firms are coming in and they're maybe not offering the really high quality service that Mountainside is already offering. There's one great company that we've seen that's done, really wonderful ABA work, and they've purchased some ABA companies or gone in and recruited some ABA companies in Virginia. We look at, so they're Acorn Health, we look at some of what they've done and said, how can we replicate that on a small scale where we're still investing right back in our community? And this is a West Virginia, we're focusing on our local community and building our employees.
Good for you. It is always great to look at what someone else has achieved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final business for this evening is YNST.
Have to wait for the timer. So here's the question. What if the next Picasso or Versace or David Bowie was in your own backyard, but no one was around to see them, or support them, or employ them, or help them grow? Well, that's exactly what is happening in Appalachia. As artists, my team and I saw firsthand that incredible creatives like these were not getting the recognition they deserved, the resources they needed, and were not being seen. So, together, we formed You're Not Seeing Things, or YNST, a grassroots media outlet for amplifying Appalachia's unseen and unsung arts and culture. There are 3 key problems that we knew we had to address. The first is the media gap. There is a clear lack of regional storytelling dedicated to arts and culture. And the stories being told about our region on the national level, you and I both know, are often stereotypical, negative, or one-dimensional. The second is the lack of connection between Appalachia's creative culture stakeholders. There is a disconnect in this arts ecosystem that desperately needs a unifier to bridge together. And the third is the limited potential to grow as a creative in Appalachia. Making a career in the arts is already a challenge, but geographic isolation, limited market access, and lack of resources makes it that much harder. So our multi-channel and multimedia approach addresses all 3 problems. Through our print magazine, our digital publication, our social media, our merchandise, our in-person events, and our expansion plans, we work together to form the solution. We, like Lost Creek Farm, are reshaping the narrative. We are creating timely and valuable storytelling that inspires tourism and benefits residents. We are connecting the arts ecosystem together so that each can mutually benefit, grow, and support one another financially, giving these Appalachian creatives opportunities, connections, professional development, and employment. The print magazine has been sold in over 55 retailers all across the region, including 4 right here in Huntington and every Stone Tower Brews location, shout out. The print medium allows our specialized mission to be a lasting, living testimony to the creative community here. Each issue a snapshot in time that celebrates the best of our home. Now, before you ask what I know you're all thinking, wait, I thought print's dead, I'm here to tell you it's not. It's just changing. And magazine media companies across the globe are thriving by diversifying their business model. And we can best serve our customers by following in their path. So that's why we have invested in our online presence, generating well over 500,000 impressions on social media and thousands of monthly digital readers. We sell merchandise, we offer marketing consulting, and we continue to collaborate on in-person events, curating galleries like the show we have opening in Wheeling next month. We are here today because we are primed to accelerate that experience and impact the entire arts ecosystem by continuing to diversify our business model. For the last year, we've been developing a traveling retail pop-up shop and an e-commerce marketplace so that Appalachian artists can now sell their work through us. This is our big step forward, going from visibility to these lucrative financial opportunities. And with your support, we have the opportunity to pilot this pop-up shop in the most highly foot-trafficked and largest arts market in the world, New York City. We caught the eye of a nonprofit that specializes in these pop-up shops and have the opportunity to acquire a storefront space in the city for no monthly rent. This, along with the online marketplace, will give exponentially more reach to these Appalachian artists so that they can break into these multi-billion-dollar markets without ever having to leave home, and serve as a living, breathing tourism pop-up for West Virginia, all the while driving exponentially more sales, commission, and funding back into YNST. Funding from the Hayhurst Invitational will support the infrastructure for this repeatable traveling pop-up shop experience and the e-commerce digital marketplace, as well as be able to sustain our business model moving forward by having the bolstering of these new business models, while also giving access for these Appalachian artists to these markets and creating exponentially more growth for the arts ecosystem. Because it is more than a magazine, it's a movement. Thank you very much.
Judges, those last 5 minutes, they begin now.
Can you provide some insight into your current revenue, your sales, and then your profit?
Sure. So our current revenue model relies heavily on advertising dollars, both in print and in digital, as well as subscriptions and print sales. We have been steadily growing. I recognize that we are perhaps the greenest business here today, but we have supported our magazine by acquiring $20,000 in startup funding last year, and then $30,000 in sales from advertising and print and subscription revenue in half a year of doing sales.
So you talk about, good job, by the way,
Thank
talking
you.
about your traveling pop-up. So NYC's #1 location. How long do you plan to be there? What's your next pop-up location? And is there any thought on a permanent location or locations?
Sure. So we're starting in New York because we have the opportunity to acquire the storefront space for no monthly cost, but the plan is for that not to be the final destination, of course. We have the opportunity to have a flexible lease, so it can be 6 months, it can be up to 3 years. We've seen success from other pop-ups through this nonprofit that have stayed in New York City for up to 4 years. But for us, we want this to be a traveling experience. So the next hub that we go to could be DC, could be Chicago. But I think the goal in the long term is to have a sustainable retail space that is permanent in one of the Appalachian hubs, such as Pittsburgh or Asheville, or bring it back into West Virginia in Huntington or Charleston or Wheeling or Morgantown.
Great job.
Thank you.
Really good. And I'm very happy that you're trying to celebrate the work of others through your business. So tell me about what the others think about this model. Have you engaged the clientele, the audience that you cater to in this idea, and how do they feel about it?
I would say the most rewarding part about the work that we're doing so far is hearing the feedback from the creatives. I mean, we've already seen artwork sold, photographers commissioned, musicians getting discovered because of our media outlet, and just the firsthand one-on-one conversational feedback that we've been receiving has been exponentially positive. I would say when we were printing the first issue of the magazine, the greatest moment so far was going into all the shops and showing these to the small business owners for the first time, like Stone Tower, and the amount that said yes right away because they immediately recognized the importance of the mission, didn't even have to open the magazine, said yes right away, was all the feedback we could ever ask for. But yeah, we've definitely been seeing that tangible feedback with artwork getting sold through our gallery spaces and by being featured in the magazine, as well as that just verbal feedback.
Very well done. Nice presentation. You have, based on kind of what you projected out from the $100,000, you have a lot of different directions you can scale, right? You could go geographically, you could go content, you could go employees. So talk us through what your vision is for scaling.
Sure. So I think one of the most important things for us right now is employee sustainability. I think we started a company with 6 folks interested in helping at the same time, and we have 1 full-time employee, you're looking at him, and everyone else is part-time and working on passion. So as we scale, and the reason that we want to pursue these lucrative new business model, or scaling models, is because it is going to support our employees and be able to create full-time jobs for all of YNST's employees. So we have our core 6, but we also have 2 interns, we have editors, we have freelance writers, and I think that being able to turn the small amount of funding that everyone is receiving now into lucrative wages is really important to us.
45 seconds for any more questions, if you like.
Go for it. Last word. I'm good. What's your biggest threat?
Good question. Our biggest threat, I would say, is that, being able to remain sustainable by involving ourselves in all of these different business models, I think, is definitely a threat. I think spreading ourselves too thin, whereas we might not be able to dedicate as much time to the magazine or not as much time to the retail channels, but I think given the team that we have and the trajectory that we have, I think that it's okay. Thank you so much.
I want to thank all of our judges. Thank you so much, judges. Huge thank you to all of the businesses. You represent so much of what's great about the state, and you really are helping a lot of young people to see what they could do in the state. And a huge thanks to the Hayhurst family. Without their vision and without their belief of let's go big, we wouldn't be able to do these kind of events. So thank you. Now the winners will be announced tonight at our dinner. For any of you who will not be at the dinner this evening, you will be able to see this on our website, which is launch.wvu.edu, and we'll also be shouting it from the rooftops. So thank you so much.
All right.
By the way, all of you, great job.
Okay, we are going to need everyone to travel to cocktail hour in the lobby, grab a cocktail so that we can get this set for dinner. So we will make an announcement out there when you get back. There's some snacks, some drinks, and then we're going to get this quickly flipped and get ready for our dinner and awards. So thank you. Hey, gang, food is not ready. So if you want to grab another drink, get up, have a conversation with somebody, investors, maybe go to entrepreneurs, make offers, whatever you want to do. But we're going to have a couple more minutes until dinner. So just get up and treat yourself. Is Jeanette Gidley here? Jeanette, I need to speak to you in the principal's office.
All right, the food is ready, so we're gonna dismiss by row. So if the back row, including my AV gentlemen, could go grab dinner, and then I'll let you know when the second row should go. So the back row right now, go grab the buffet. You looking for somebody? It's a good feeling. You'll never want to go back. All right. Probably not. After this long,
Yeah, well, that should be
best effort at a picture right now. Jam-packed. How many do you think today? Today? Yeah, between in and out.
I'd say 200. I'd say there were 50 people here that left, and there were 150 people in here right now. So I would say 200. Yeah. I saw you got the judge in the last.
Yeah. Yeah, that might not be a bad idea. I
didn't even know I had a doctor on Monday. No clue why you did that. When do you think I should let the next group go? When the last one gets to the buffet?
Yeah. When Nathan Cole gets to the buffet, you may go.
So that's Rose.
Nathan or Nathaniel?
Nathan.
Brother? Nobody knows what that is.
I do.
And only because I have a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old do I know.
That's so funny.
I said Delaney. I said it earlier, and one of the guys that was competing, he was like, Tuesday, and that's what I said, Delaney. It's this guy on TikTok.
his name is Sketch, and all of these people follow him now playing his video games, and he has all these things that he says, but he always goes, "What's up, brother?" And then he always goes like, "Tuesday, Tuesday."
Yeah.
Special team. What is it? Special.
I have literally no clue what you're talking
Special.
about.
Yes. What's up, brother? Special teams, special games, special players.
Did you watch the one whenever he was going through all the girls and everything?
Do you know who the girl is that does chicken Caesar salad? Have you seen her? Oh, you gotta look her.
Wait, yes.
You gotta look her up.
Is she the one from West Virginia?
No.
Have you seen that one?
No. Which one?
She has Tourette's. She's from West Virginia.
Oh, Bailey?
Yeah.
Yeah. So during COVID, well, prior to COVID, my kids, were on TikTok, and I would yell at them nonstop. Well, then during COVID, when there was nothing else to do,
You got TikTok?
I started on TikTok, and I would sit there and laugh like an idiot, and then I'd start telling them, "Come on, look at this! Come on, look at this!" And they're like, "See, see."
They're like,
look at
yeah,
this."
yeah.
So now they send me
How it
all this
works.
stuff, so I get on the same. I end up seeing the same stuff, and it's way not of my generation, but it's
One is so bad.
And yeah, it is.
You got a second?
I've learned so much with TikTok too.
still
And I've spent so much money on TikTok.
It's so bad.
What's the matter?
I said the wine is so bad. She's like, you got a second? I'm like, no, this is still the first.
Oh, it is? An hour.
There's no more room. We don't have it. Yeah, because we got big and harder. All right, go ahead, rows, tables 15 through 21 can get in line. Just a quick update that we have not hit near our limit on the bar. So please go get another drink. Woo! All right, I've been instructed to say table 9 and then everyone else. No. So tables 8 through this row. This row, go ahead.
How many is that?
Mal, keep the line moving. Mal's fresh produce. Keep the line moving. Frank, that means you. Keep it moving, buddy. You're holding up the line.
Frank and Mal.
Keep the line moving.
Continue moving.
You're holding up the line. Keep it moving, people. Less talking, more scooping.
introduction?
Do you want me to introduce you? Only if you introduce Cam afterwards.
Who?
That's what I mean.
No, honestly, I didn't hear. Cam, okay, sorry.
No, you're good, you're good.
This year especially. Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna go up. We're gonna go up on the stage. It's been a long week. Yeah, I feel you. So right now we'll leave that. It's just a competition day slide up.
Okay.
All right, the folks in the front line, the front row can go ahead and get in line. We are going to go ahead and get started just because we want to be mindful of the time. So if you could move to the back behind those back tables for your line, that would be great. And we are going to kick off. Actually, can you switch it back to the other screen just until after Olin's remarks? I'm going to introduce Olin York, who was over the Marshall University Business Model Competition, and they had an incredible competition last night and gave out some great awards. So, Olin?
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Olin York. I'm an assistant professor of entrepreneurship in the Lewis College of Business at Marshall University, director of entrepreneurship education, and the organizer and overseer of the West Virginia Innovation and Business Model Competition that we host every year. First of all, I want to thank Tara and all the Bridging Innovation team for putting on another fantastic event. So kudos to Tara and the team. Well done. And we certainly appreciate being able to partially host here in Huntington and welcome everybody to town. Hopefully everybody got a chance to at least look at the new business building that we got to move into earlier this semester. Part of the reason I was gone for this part of the day, the weather last week didn't cooperate, so we had to move our dedication of the new building to today. So I was down there sort of hobnobbing with many of our stakeholders. Hopefully at some point you guys will get to visit. A little bit about the business model competition. It focuses on early stage development, and we really try to emphasize problem solution fit as a kind of a model for building a new venture. So with that, this morning, we staged a demo event here in the building to kind of kick things off as far as competition day went. The demo event was held in front of interested stakeholders. This included a regional investment organization. 7 teams pitched concepts to our stakeholders, and that put a bow on the 6th installment of our competition event. Over these 6 years, we've happily awarded and distributed approximately $70,000 in prize money and additional thousands of dollars in resources such as coaching and supporting participants from across the great state. And I was happy to see some alumni from our prior event in 2022 from Glenville State. Wish you gentlemen good luck on what happened earlier. Hopefully that turns out the way you want it to. Congratulations. This year we are distributing a minimum of $9,000 to 9 teams representing West Virginia Wesleyan College, Shepherd University, West Virginia University, and Marshall University. These 9 teams were winnowed down from approximately 20 teams that were formed at these institutions. And for that, I'm very grateful to have the friendship and collaboration of Professor Tracy Dodson of West Virginia Wesleyan College, Professor Jim Dovell of Shepherd University, and Ann Jones and Alan Beavers of WVU, who I think are both here this evening. So thank you, guys. Because of schedules, I stand here as the representative of everybody that participated in our competition this year, and I'm pleased to read to you the results of our competition. Receiving a minimum of $500 each are the following 5 teams or students: Dustin Redden of West Virginia University, Tyreek Crutchfield of West Virginia Wesleyan College, Miguel Aguilar and Daniel Godovich of Shepherd University. Alicia Taylor of West Virginia Wesleyan College. And Bella Schrader of Marshall University. Receiving a minimum of $750 is Jonathan Hale of Marshall University. Receiving a minimum of $1,000 is Brittany McKnight of Shepherd University. I want to particularly congratulate the Shepherd University group. This was the first year that they've collaborated with us and participated, so that was a very good outcome for a first-time participant. Receiving a minimum of $2,000 was Nola Todd of West Virginia University. And last but not least, receiving a minimum of $3,000 were CJ Fazio and Dom Konopka of Marshall University. CJ and Dom would have been here this evening, but their head football coach was not kind enough to release them from spring practice. So we'll talk to Coach Huff about that and see if we can get some better accommodation next year. Want to thank all the participants and importantly, thank you guys for helping make events like this resonate, make them impactful, and hope to see everybody next year. You guys have a wonderful evening, and thank you.
All right, hello everybody. Once again, welcome to Bridging Innovation Week and Competition Day. We are so excited to get to the award ceremony and really give a shout out to all the bright minds and creative individuals who are here today to pitch their dreams for funding. So this is Spark West Virginia, our middle and high school business plan competition. And we would love to give a shout out to all of our judges once again. So if I could have my judges please stand. I would love to give you a round of applause. And then if I could have all of my wonderful and brilliant students please stand. A round of applause to you as well. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the awards part. I do ask that you stay seated and meet me in the back corner after all of the awards have been announced so that we can do photos with the check and everything like that. Applause are welcome, though. So first up, we have small businesses, and this was to kind of give a platform to those who have hobbies, creative ideas, and anything that we see as a brick and mortar business within local communities. So in third place is GMP Vet Services. In second place is Passing Tie. And in first place for small business is the Mad Jammer. Our next category is big ideas, and this was to give a platform for those who have our big, wild, innovative ideas, apps, innovations, and brilliant things that we want to give a big highlight of. So in third place is Tag on the Go. In second place is AED Drones. And in first place of Big Ideas of Spark, West Virginia is Seasons. Congratulations, finalists. We are absolutely thrilled with the response of Spark West Virginia and all the creative ideas that have been submitted. And we even have a couple of special announcements to make, so I'm bringing to the stage Amber Ravenscroft.
All right, so this is one of the coolest parts is we have additional investments that we are going to be giving out as part of Spark tonight just because we were inspired by the things that our incredible young people are doing in the state. So we do have a couple additional investments that we are going to be giving to folks based on their ask and based on the work that they're doing. So we will be giving $1,000 more to the Mad Jammer. We will be giving $1,000 to Essa X Nails. And we'll be giving $1,000 to DJ's Rugs. I would encourage you, these are all students that are selling their products actively today. They have really cool ideas, so I would encourage you all, if you have the opportunity, to connect with them and hear a little bit about what they're doing. But thank you.
You are on the stage. All right, love that. Thank you, Amber. Thank you, Cam. So excited to the Marshall winners. Thank you, and congratulations to the Spark West Virginia winners. And I'm here to say thank you, everyone. This was the inaugural year of Ignite West Virginia, so we are very excited to kick this off. I have a lot of thank yous. So if you were a finalist in Ignite West Virginia, maybe do a little wave. Like, yes, you're a finalist. Yes, do a little wave. Let's clap. Thank you to our sponsors. Where are my sponsors at? Let's do a little wave. My judges. If you were a judge in round 1 or round 2, can we do a little wave? Yes, my judges. Coaches and mentors. We had a lot of coaches and mentors. Do the pageant wave. Yes. Dean Hall, my WVU administration. Where's Dean Hall? Thank you. Then Cova girls, we've got Claire, Bella, and Chloe. Where are you guys? They're in the food line. Give them a round of applause. Bless their hearts. I love them so much. They have been working today. And thank you to all the friends and family that have been here. You guys are the rocks behind these folks. These finalists have worked so hard. And you know what? They come home and they need the support from you. So thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting them. You guys mean everything to them. So let's give a round of applause for every friend and family member that is here to support the entrepreneurs today. And I just want to circle back again. Thank you so much to the Encova Foundation, the Claude Worthington Benedum Foundation. We have a couple of Benedum folks here today. Zen Starter, and to our individual donors. This literally would not be possible without your support. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Like, this gives me life. This is what I live for. So this is for all of the entrepreneurs in the state of West Virginia that want to make West Virginia a better state. So thank you again to our sponsors and individual donors. Sorry, lots of clapping today. All right, so I know you are sick of hearing from me, so I am going to bring up Jonathan and Ronnie to announce the Main Street Awards. And just so I will ask them to come up right now. They will do the awards. Please do not come to the stage. We will take pictures after on the wall. We have plenty of checks. We have dry erase markers. So we can do the applause, but make sure we'll do the pictures at the end. So Jonathan, Ronnie, welcome to the stage. Again, sorry, we're doing another clap. Let's go.
Hello. I should not have taken that last bite. Wow. All right, so we want to recognize the participants for this year with an award. Obviously, this is very important to all of us in distributing the award, but it means that we believe in you. It means that hopefully you make a difference. And the first of the participant in Main Street is Paul Thaws, and we're awarding them with $5,000.
And so each time, yep.
All right. I needed that extra help. Let's go Mountaineers. It's great to be back in West Virginia. Second business, Pine Room Studios, $11,000.
Next is Pine Rooms. I'm sorry, we already covered that. Mine. No, there's only one award. Fun Fitness Kids Club for $12,600. All right, I'll move the floor.
Thank you. Next business, Curated Wonder, $17,600.
Mel's Fresh Produce receiving an award of $26,500.
Last, but certainly not least, Battle Buddy Bears LLC, $27,300. Give it up for the, all right.
Okay, they really brought the energy on that. Rusbe, Yusini, you're gonna have to really bring the energy here. Okay, I'll switch you sides. You make the announcement. You tell me.
Who can match that one, right? Wow. So let me just take a moment first, and congratulate West Virginia and every one of you guys. If today was year 2035, you all look back and you will find out that you were a key part of bringing the West Virginia to be an entrepreneur city, being able to have a lot of new company and a new love of innovation. So you should really thank each other and really be part of this huge village that is bringing the entrepreneurship in West Virginia. And I'm proud of every one of you guys for doing that. So next thing I was gonna say is that some of you guys walk with the check and some of you guys walk with a lot of experience as a result. The knowledge that you have gained in here, with the check or without the check, is instrumental to build your company. So don't give up your idea, stay with it, push hard, believe in it, and it does work. Having said that, we'd like to congratulate Bright with the $30,000 reward on their job. And Motor Health is going to receive $70,000. And I'd like to congratulate all of them who participated. They're all first class. They did a great job. So keep up going, guys. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, congratulations to our 2024 awardees. And then we have a special announcement. I would like to invite up Christian Morgan to announce the Startup World Cup, and he's going to tell you a little bit more about what that means. Christian?
So before I go a little bit more into Startup World Cup and Pegasus Tech Ventures, first I want to thank everyone for coming out, the judges, the startup competitors, people just coming to watch. I mean, Ignite West Virginia, thank you so much for partnering with us. It was a little tight in terms of time, but we made it work. So please just a round of applause for everyone. I've done a number of these competitions now as ambassador, all over the world, all over the country, and this is probably the closest competition that I've seen. The judges were back there deliberating. We almost broke into a fight, but it was great. It was great to see. There was a lot of great startups here in West Virginia, which I'm from Silicon Valley, so we honestly we don't look at West Virginia too much, but now we will. So you guys definitely put West Virginia on the map. Thank you. So just a little bit more about Pegasus Tech Ventures. There we go. Just a little bit more about Pegasus Tech Ventures and Startup World Cup. So Pegasus is a global venture capital firm. We're based in Silicon Valley, but we have offices all over the globe, about $2 billion in assets under management. We've made over 260 investments at this point. The average check size ranging from around 500K to about 5 million, but we've deployed as much as 100 million plus into single startups before. We're pretty sector agnostic. It really just depends on what our limited partners are interested in. We primarily work with Asian multinationals on their own innovation initiatives. They have many different interests that are changing pretty often. So we'll pretty much look at anything. As far as stage goes, we usually are looking at Series A+. We'll still look at pre-seed and seed, but it's just easier for these corporations to begin immediately collaborating with more mature companies. So just a little bit more about Startup World Cup. Next slide might be, yeah, next slide. Okay. So this will be just a quick video on the grand finale. But just to give you a bit of an idea of what Startup World Cup is, it's a global pitch competition and conference. So just like with here today, we'll go around partnering with existing pitch competitions typically in cities all over the US as well as all over the globe. We've been doing this since 2017. In the first year, we had around 16 regional competitions. This year will be closer to 70 or 80. And each one of those will get the chance to compete at the semifinals October 2nd in San Francisco. So that grand finale will run from October 2nd to the 4th. The winners will compete against each other there, and the top 10 will get to compete against each other on the 4th. In order to win a $1 million grand prize from Pegasus Tech Ventures. So a lot of great tech luminaries come there in terms of speakers. So we've got some great judges from top tech VCs, top incubators, accelerators. I'm sure you'll see some of them in the trailer. We had one of the Shark Tank's investors last year, and we'll have another one this year. So we've had a number of those. We had Vinod Khosla come out as one of the speakers, if you guys know him. So just a pretty great event in terms of the startups and the venture ecosystem. So just play this right here. And this was our 2023 grand finale.
To the Startup World Cup 2023 grand finale. Who's excited to be here? Anybody?
Obvious reason I would miss this thing for the world. Come on, the World Cup, the Pegasus World Cup. Come on, this doesn't happen every day. You're somewhere special today.
Hello? What do you think? Pretty good, huh? Our people. People from all over the world. So.
And what we're all really here for is to see who is going to win the grand prize of $1 million. Who's excited to see who wins?
To turn SpaceX into an impact investment. Well, it had many of the aspects that we look for. So number one, it was an industry dominated.
Hello everyone, welcome to Startup World Cup Grand Finale 2023. Thank you very much for waking up early in the morning, fighting with the traffic in San Francisco and coming all the way here. So these are the top 10 finalists today. We have two teams from the US. Actually the Silicon Valley champion is very strong. They have made it up to the finalists. We give out $1 million in investment price to the startup. But trust me what, each year they have raised a lot of money.
I've never seen so many startups and entrepreneurs under one roof.
Message to all of you, hardest thing an entrepreneur does is decide whose advice to take on what topic.
Very easy to feel like everybody knows so much. Everybody, it's like, no, like you are actually the expert. And second, stay humble. Like it's really
An important feature of an A player is actually humility. Like you want somebody who's going to come in and be curious, work with others, and help to make them better as much as making themselves better.
Who is your least favorite shark in Shark Tank?
Kevin. You know what? Different kind of talk, like, fuck you, I'm great. You know?
Special thanks to Ira. He was with Elon and the team in Texas last night. He got on a plane at 6 a.m. in the morning to be with you here today.
It's the best, the very, very best companies that were built, of which Uber is an example.
Panel to figure out which of the top 10 is going to win the $1 million.
How does your product compare to other things? So in 10 years, what are people going to think about when they think about the company?
People think about the crypto sector, crypto changes overall.
Wow! Succeed, you need to succeed really big. And that's what's even more scarce for these VCs.
Okay,
is
1, 2, 3. Startup World Cup!
Important our creator community is. Roblox doesn't build any of its own content. So a big part of our build your business, you can reach out to people, you can grow your business, you can market, sell, hire. I think it would really be a superpower for startups all over.
T-Mobile is best known for what we call the uncarrier moves that other carriers will not dare to try.
Please, for the second runner-up of this competition, congratulations to Vionis. First runner-up, Save Fruits. Woo! The winner of the 2023 Startup World Cup, Alice. Woo!
So without further ado, and again, I just want to reiterate, the judges deliberated on this for a long time. I think they said it was the longest time they've ever deliberated on the winner for one of these competitions. The winner? Mood or Health.
So I have in my hand 2 cards, one for the amount of $50,000 and one for the amount of $100,000. And so I'm going to invite Jim Davis from the Hayhurst family to come up and tell us who's inside these envelopes.
Thank you, Ann.
Thank you.
First of all, let me say, everyone, phenomenal job with your pitches this evening for the Hayhurst Invitational. Made us all very proud for, sponsoring it. Thanks again to the judges, both that were here today, as well as the ones in the preliminary rounds, as well as the staff at the Launch Lab. And Alan, thank you all and your team. So without further ado, the second place award for the Hayhurst Invitational in the amount of $50,000 goes to Mountain Steer. And the first place award for the amount of $100,000 goes to Lost Creek Farm. Thank you all again.
And that concludes our awards banquet. So if you are a winner, we do ask that you go visit we get pictures with each of you, get them with your check. I just want to congratulate everyone. Genuinely, whenever we heard that just because you didn't get an award today doesn't mean that you should give up on your dreams. We are all here for you. The ecosystem is here for you. We encourage you to interact with us, engage with us. Tara and I, and raise your hand if you're a resource provider in the room. We will connect you to folks that can help you generate opportunities for your business. So please reach out to us. Don't view this as an end. View this as the next chapter of your venture. So thank you all for being here. We're so proud of all of you. And again, please, if you are a final winner, go ahead and make sure you get your pictures with your checks, and we'll be in touch with how to get that final award. So thank you.